Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we seek your kind cooperation in filling the seats at the front and to the right of the hall, except for the front row, as those are reserved for our speakers and VIP. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Forward Faster Now Asia and Oceania with the team accelerating sustainable business in Asia and Oceania. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us here today, especially to our participants from overseas. Thus far, we have had a total of 9 sessions covering a range of topics. Just a couple of housekeeping announcements before we begin for the day. Please ensure that your phone is switched on to silent mode. Please kindly fill in the seats at the front. In case of an emergency, please take note of the location of the nearest emergency exits, which are clearly marked. You can also visit the country network booths just outside the auditorium to learn more about our work across Asia and Oceania. We encourage active participation. During the panel discussions and question and answer sessions, if you have a question, please raise your hand and we will pass a microphone to you. Share your experience and insights on social media using our event hashtag, hashtag Forward Faster Now, hashtag Asia Oceania, hashtag sustainability, and lastly, hashtag UN Global Compact Network. To inaugurate the day and deliver the opening speech, we are blessed and we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Asharuddin Matsa, President and Group Chief Executive Officer of Prasarana Malaysia Berhad, to deliver the high level keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. How are all of you? Hope you're okay. A bit more spark today, please. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to the MC. My name is Azharuddin. I'm the CEO and I represent Prasarana, which is the nation's public transport operator in Kuala Lumpur, Penang, and Kuantan. I have 15 minutes, and my intention to give you a background what Prasarana is, but more importantly, what is our role, and how do we align with United Nations SDG. Firstly, I'd like to thank United Nations Global Compact for inviting me and my team and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Prasarana. If I could highlight, this is the first slide. It's a bit busy, my apologies for that, but it practically tells you about what is Prasarana's role, and essentially we are the primary public transport operator in Kuala Lumpur. The term Rapid or Rapid KL is our brand, service brand name. You've probably taken MRT Putrajaya, Kajang Line, Kampang Line, Kelana Jaya Line, monorail, and all the buses. That is our service. What I'd like to highlight here today is that there are two upcoming projects that will come on stream starting from next year. One is LRT to Shah Alam, and this covers those living in, anybody living in Shah Alam or Klang? No? Or all PJ Bangsa boys, I suppose, the girls. So LRT Klang will be ready in September. LRT Shah Alam will be ready in September next year. So that will essentially cover the most dense areas in those in this particular communities and link up to MRT line and also Kelana Jaya line that goes to KL. We also have RTS link. As you know, the causeway between Johor Bahru and Singapore is probably the most congested in the world. If not in the world, the top 5. We will complete that line in 1st January 2027, and you will have a 4-kilometer rail between Johor Bahru, Bukit Jaga Station to Woodlands North in Singapore, and link up to Singapore's MRT system. So hopefully that you no longer have to use cars into Singapore. You can use the railing operated by Prasarana and SMRT. So that gives you a flavor about the investments that the government, through Prasarana, is making actually for public transport. What I'd like to highlight here, this is a slide that shows the expectation for ridership in Kuala Lumpur. We are now running 1.2 million ridership a day, on par with pre-pandemic, which is about that range, predominantly dominated by rail ridership. Rail, we have 1 million. Bus, we have about 200 over 1,000 thereabouts. The critical part is this. The numbers may look big, 1.2 million, but it is not enough. And we have a big why. I'm sure all of you have experienced daily. The congestion on the roads in KL is real, and it's getting worse. So although we have a upcoming ridership over the next few years, but we also see cars increase. Cars ownership and sales are also increasing. So that is a big challenge. How do we manage that? So while we attempt to increase public transport ridership, the key part that we in Prasarana needs to do is how do we make ourselves world class? Now that's a big ambition on our side because we want to operate as effectively, as efficiently as SMRT, as NTR Hong Kong, as JR East. That is our ambition. And what we want to do essentially is do the basic things right and 100% correct. So we've got increasing fleet, we're increasing our number of trains to reduce congestion in the trains. We're improving our systems. A lot of our LRT systems are 25 years old. So how do we manage the changing of infrastructure? It needs to be done. Normally, rail lifespans is about 30 years. So it's about time that we upgrade. We are upgrading our facilities, very basic things, the toilets, the escalators. This must be done well. 2-3 years ago, when I just became the CEO, a lot of complaints about facilities. Hopefully now we have improved. And the third part is about enhancing maintenance program. That is essentially about doing things differently, doing AI, doing predictive maintenance, without using just human capabilities. So those are the something that we as a company will improve while we improve our services. On the bus side, we also plan to enhance our fleet. As a test case, in KL, we only have about 1,002, 1,004 buses on the road today, for a population of about 8 million. 8 million, I'm talking about Greater Klang Valley. In Singapore, comparable population, 5 to 6 million, we have about 5,000 buses. So you can imagine that we are severely lacking in number of buses on the road, and we essentially need to increase the bus availability. We are talking to government at the moment, and they're receptive towards us having that connectivity to other rail lines through the bus system. We also intend to have world-class infrastructure, minor bus stops. I know one of the problems that we have is we don't have a good first and last mile, which I'll touch base in my next slide. How do I go from my house to the next bus stop to make sure that I know what time the bus is coming, and from the bus coming, it's efficient to go to the rail station. Sounds easy, but it is not something that we manage very well. And it's something we in Pasarana, with MOT, with local authorities, are striving for. The other part that we're trying to do is enriching workforce value. So as our bus captains are actually our frontliners, we always try to have them become service ambassadors. So these are what I would term, in a very short way, of the service enhancements that we're trying to do in Prasarana, so people will opt to take public transport rather than their cars. But what's the challenge? The challenge for us, apart from having more buses or rail on the ground, is the first and last mile connectivity. That is a real challenge. So what are we doing on that? We intend to add more buses. Okay, that's good. We intend to have more vans on the ground. Now, for the first time, vans is used as a connectivity option for people to use from the houses to the rail station. The government has increased budget for us to do this. We have 20 now, 3,300 by end of the year. So hopefully, you need not wait or need not use your cars. You can use an app, which we are working with various parties. You can order the van, come to your house, and go to the next LRT station. We are also doing for bus lanes that we hope to get more authorities to approve. And also fleet replacement program, I mentioned just now about lacking of buses in KL, how we intend to put more buses. We have Pulse, number 5, as our integrated journey planner that enables you not only know what time the train arrives, but also what time the bus arrives at the bus station. So that gives you options to decide and plan your journey. And number 6, we have now tendered out an open payment system that enables you, rather than use touch and go, you're able to use Visa, MasterCard, or even QR code in the future for any of our public transport system. So essentially, this gives you a broad picture about how we intend to improve on public transport. Now next goes to the main primary agenda. What are we doing on sustainability? So Pasarana adopts sustainability or United Nations SDG goals very seriously. In fact, we embed it, and I talk about it in every town hall session with the staff, and we guided by 4 key areas. There are many, I think there's 7 SDGs, but we're focusing on 4. Number 1 is on environment, and talk about low decarbonization essentially. Number 2, we talk about safety. We want to make sure we provide services in a safe way and ensure our staff operate in a safe environment. Number 3 is social. Obviously, we have the women's participation in our board and manager level, above manager level. And of course, taking into account people with working disability. That's very, very important for us. And number 4 is governance. We want to make sure we are free of corruption. We want to make sure that Prasarana adopts a high integrity culture within the company. So what does this mean? I have to look at my slides. It's a bit too small, actually. So you have to forgive me as I look at my slide. So if I look at the slide, Prasarana's role in sustainability have 2 primary agenda. One is direct contributor. For every car that we take off the road, we help carbon congestion, we help decongestion and decarbonization. So this is very important. So our direct role and foremost role is that how do we convince the public and the rakyat to leave their cars at home and take the public transport in a safe and efficient manner. The second part that we have is an ecosystem enabler. We help to drive the sustainability agenda. And that means that we adopt new technologies, we adopt decarbonization, and we are going into EV bus for the future. We are adopting solar panels for our bus hubs and also our rail stations. So there's an ongoing project in a very big way in Prasarana to showcase that not only that we want to live these ideals of SDG, but we want to live it, then make sure that we make it happen and real on the ground. If I could highlight, all our plans are actually based on government directives or initiatives or plans. So we've studied all of them. We know we're on the right track. What I'd like to highlight here, actually, ladies and gentlemen, is that the challenge with cars is real. If you look at the data and somewhere in the middle, the purchase of cars or cars on the road has increased significantly above pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, for example, in KL itself was 574,000 in 2019, we're now at 680,000. If in Klang Valley, it was 2.9 million in 1 year, in 1 day, now it's 3.1 million. So you can imagine, if I read the latest statistics from JPJ or Malaysian Automobile Association, it indicates that sales of cars has gone through the roof. It's nearly 700,000. So how do we compete? Obviously, there are talks at the government, congestion charge, parking charges. And yes, that is ongoing, but we know politically at the government point, it's not something they want to do now. So the role is on Prasarana to be able to provide the best service so the people have options to take public transport, and we develop new lines and new corridors. What I'd like to highlight, actually, especially next slide, I will go to the next slide, is on what is our decarbonization initiatives. So as I mentioned, the first primary role for us is we take cars off the road, we already help on decarbonization, that's real. But the second part, what can we do within our business? Number one, we're putting solar PVs across all our infrastructure. There's a tender coming up in the next 1 or 2 months that will put at least 50 stations on solar panels. That will help drive energy efficiency inside our stations. That's point number one. We are also going for public transport electrification. That means our buses, the direction is to go EV, full EV. If you've gone to many cities in the world, whether perhaps in Guangzhou, in Shenzhen, they've gone fully electric. And that's an aspiration that we want to emulate, because clearly the benefits to the country and to the cities is enormous. We're doing an energy audit for rail sector. And the reason we do that is actually the way we run our rail business, the way we run our rail operations, and now enables to become more efficient. So there's an ongoing part. So this gives you a picture that not only are we focused externally on providing the best service, we're also driven internally to become as optimal as we can, especially in terms of sustainability. I have next slide and talk a little bit more about safety. And safety is very, very important for us. Because it reflects public trust in us. Obviously, if people are concerned of any accidents or disruption, they won't have trust. So we have an agenda for rapid rail and rapid bus. In the next 3 years, ambitious it may be, to become a top 10 operator in the world. We are benchmarking against other countries, and we are putting investments to make sure we are on par. So for example, we are putting digital display on safety, so we know our police, auxiliary police knows what's happening on the ground. We're putting intrusion signs to make sure that people are aware to not go to our areas. We're putting AI driving monitoring to make sure that we are monitor the behaviors of passengers if they are behaving suspiciously. So if you look at the data that you look on the right, we are, in terms of intrusion or trip and fall rate, we are having a good data, but the aspiration is always to reduce this case as much as possible. What I like to highlight, one of the things concerned, and it's gone quite a bit of flag on social media, is women's coach on our MRT lines. So when we did the initiative, and to be fair, it was an initiative driven by the minister, which I wholeheartedly agree, that we are going to put one women's coach across 4 coaches. Women, 97% agree. The men, a little bit mixed lah. But having said that, let me clarify, 67 or more than 60% of men agree to that. Obviously, there are 40%, some of them with what I would say extreme views, to say that, jangan campur lah, sorry, I'm speaking Malaysian slang, that say, tak payahlah duduk mana-mana. But the reality is this. There are cases of sexual harassment in the trains. It's real. And by putting these women coaches, women feel more safe, more comforted, and they'll be able to travel at ease. And this has helped sexual harassment case to go down from 3 cases a month, if not mistaken, to 1.5. So the data indicates that the support from the women is very real and nearly 100%. And the men, we have to convince them that it's the right thing to do. So I hope I'm with all of you to agree with me that it's the right thing to do by the government and by Pasarana. It's not normally done in other countries. Some countries have done it, but we want to make sure it done very well to give women the support that they need to travel public transport safely. The last part that I have, next slide, is on integrity. As a GLC, we aspire to not only become a good and best operator, we want to maintain a high integrity. There have been cases, if you read the news, last few years, 3-4 years back, of integrity issues. Even recently, the police have charged 2 of our staff for fraud in the company. That has come to whistleblowing, it has come to our audit. And that's something that I wish to actually undertake seriously, that any wrongdoing by the staff is addressed openly, is addressed urgently, and we work with local authorities to raise the high bar that we aspire ourselves to. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll keep my presentation there. I hope it gives you a good understanding of what public transport is, the challenges that we face, and that we, Prasarana, as a GLC, as an important GLC to the country, aspires to be the best, as mandated by the people of Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Asharuddin Matsa to kindly remain on stage while I invite Ms. Neha Das, Head of the Asia and Oceania UN Global Compact, and Mr. Farouz Nada, Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network Malaysia and Brunei, on stage for a quick photo. Let's give them a round of applause as they return to their seats. We would like to thank Mr. Muhammad Asharuddin Matsa for his contributions, his presence, and his insights, as well as Prasarana Malaysia for providing us with the buses so that we could go for our gala dinner yesterday. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have a fireside chat with Sandra Wu, UN Global Compact board member, that will be moderated by Ms. Neha Das, Head of the Asia and Oceania UN Global Compact. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Very nice to see some familiar faces from yesterday. And if you were here for the opening plenary yesterday, the high-level CEO panel, you probably saw Sandra sitting on the other side of the table, right? So in a bit of a role reversal today, instead of Sandra interviewing business leaders, I will take on the role of interviewing Sandra, who herself is a business leader. So as our MC just pointed out, Sandra dons this dual hat. She is the CEO of Kokusai Kogyo. It's a Japanese company. And she's also a UN Global Compact board member. And she also sits on the board of our country network in Japan. So you can see that her plate is very full. And we keep her busy. So I wanted to actually take these next 20 odd minutes to talk to Sandra about her personal journey, her work, and what motivates her to keep sustainability at the top of her agenda. So without much ado, I'll dig right in, Sandra, and pose my first question to you. So please tell us a little bit about your company and your journey, in advancing the sustainability agenda, your own personal journey and experiences.
Thank you, Neha. Good morning, everyone, again on the second day. But first of all, I would like to thank Global Compact and local network Malaysia and Brunei to organize this great event and giving me this opportunity to speak to you and also learning from you. Well, our company, Koksai Kogyo, has been supporting government manage their environment-related services, disaster risk reduction, and infrastructure management and the maintenance for the past 77 years. So actually there are three important markers of my journeys with sustainability and with the UN. Well, actually my journey started from 2011 when I was contacted by the UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction and asked me to join the private sector group. To be honest, my first reaction was, you has nothing to do with my company. But very next day, the 311, the Great East Japan earthquake occurred. It was terrible experience, very scary. But I saw my company, Koksai Kogyo, and many other Japanese companies just spring into action, responding to the disaster by using their tools, experience, expertise, and the staff. So my company is a geospatial company, so we provide survey and mapping. A food company provide the food, supermarket provide the food, construction company repair and open the road, logistic company just provide the supplies pouring in. So I saw that basically what I saw then was what we are asking company to do now for sustainability, to use our core strengths to solve those problems as well. So I was really impressed, and I thought it was my responsibility and the role to tell the world. And then the second important marker was in 2015. We all know that in 2015 we have the three big agenda. Sendai Framework in March, SDGs in September, and then followed by the Paris Agreement in December. So when I had this ringside seat to the birth of the the Sendai Framework in the 2015, and also participate in the Sendai Framework as the private sector's chairs, I play a part of the drafting the Sendai Framework. So the Sendai Framework has a 33 private mention of the private sector, and there was none before that. And then it become, I can see that similar higher expectation followed by the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. I can understand that because there is the much higher expectation for the private sector. Then it was a very close-up view to the UN proceeding from this 2013 to 2015 that made me understand that my company need to change. And then 2019, when I was invited to be the board member of the Global Compact and start all this global conversation, and this is really good to be a part of it.
Thanks, Sandra. I'll jump right to my second question, which is somewhat interconnected. So when you mentioned you joined Global Compact in 2019, but why did you decide to join the initiative? You were already engaging with UNDRR and you were already very active in the sustainability space. So what motivated you to join us?
Well, to be very honest with you, that when our company joined the Global Compact in 2013, and that time is I was someone just contacted me. They want to interview me for the global, for the Global Compact, the CEO survey, okay? Because they told me that it's very unique and rare that for someone like me to work active. Work with the UNDRR and also active in the WEF, the World Economic Forum, the Climate CEO group. But in order to have this interview, our company have to be the participant of the Global Compact. So that is why we joined, and here we are. But the joke aside, I have two main reasons. The first one is what led me to the Global Compact is my understanding of the coherence. Because my experience with the UNDR is pretty focused on the disaster risk reduction. But it became clearly that we have to tackle all the issues, including climate, sustainability, human rights, and so on. They are hyperlinked. So I also noticed that the business are tapped. I think all of you have the same experience, are tapped to tackle different and many, many other issues. So we business need to find a way to tackle this environmental and the social issues in an ecosystem way to do it. So I think this is something that I think we have to do it through our core business and our core strength. And the second reason is a business reason. As a CEO, there's my understanding the global tide of change was coming at that time. So I have to lead my company through this rapidly change of time and rapidly change of the business environment. So when we joined the 2013 at that time, I was trying to steer my company to systematically declare of what we do. So in 2016, right after the big agenda, we overhaul all our lined-up services products and also our mid to long-term strategies. We already have many solutions that match that label, but we took a good look to meet the gap. For example, attracting more talent, forging the new partnership, and investing in the R&D, which is very important. But that was the first step of our company's transformation, and we continue to monitoring, review it, and stock take what we're doing. But Global Compact is principle-based, and the sustainability-oriented approaches really help us to find an identity and really to help our company to thrive into the next generation.
I've always been a very big fan of the CEO survey, and that's now another reason to like them more. Sandra, you know, you're a board member of the Global Compact, both at the global level and also at the country network level. We would love to hear a little bit more about your personal journey and what initially inspired you to champion our work or sustainability overall at the global level, because you know you've been so active also within Japan, but talk more about it globally, and through also your collaboration with the wider UN system.
Thank you for that question. Well, I think my experience and all this activity with the global level, actually it started with a certain call from Lise Kingo. Lise was the CEO before Santa Ojambo. So I was very surprised at that time, but I felt that my works with the UN, DRR, and also participating in the WEF activity was valued and appreciated. Well, at the time, Lise did told me 3 missions, because I asked her, wow, thank you, but what I can do for this, for Global Compact and as a board member. She told me 3 missions. First, to deliver the Global 10 Principles. And the second is to promote and accelerate the SDGs. And third is to promote and accelerate the Secretary General's priority. I felt that during my term, I slowly but surely, I do my share on all these 3 things. And well, as a board member, I have a few things I always keep in mind when I doing my board member job. I taken good care of presenting to the Secretary General, to Sanda, to the executive management team, and to our board, a honest point of view as a CEO, and also to balance the conversation, and balance the conversation to focus on the real conversation, the real thing, not just an idea. And I also taken care to bring what I learned from the global level to the local network and to my company and also to the country or the industry group that I belong to. And also, I have to, I want to share that I really also learned a lot from this opportunity. First, definitely that is just being there and have all this conversation with the Secretary General himself, listening to him directly, and to have to be there at the first hand as a global center of change, knowing his concern. He was very frankly with us and telling us his concern, his challenges, how we private sector's view and how we can. And he also asked us to give to give him our advice and to help him to work together on these global challenges. And the second thing is definitely this, the inspiration from the peer CEOs, the other board member. I can see the board member selected invited to be the board member. They are really the visionary leaders. They have a great mind to work toward this sustainability in long-term view, but not just only a viewer, the visionary leaders, but they also very practical. They're really taking action, how to do it, and why, how, and what to do. So it's a very good experience for me. I feel that the global, as a Global Compact board member, this is a very rare and once in a lifetime to everyone. And I do feel that together with these leaders, and we really make a difference and transcend the world.
Thank you, Sandra. Moving a little bit from global to local, since you're also, very active with our country network in Japan, you're on the board. Tell us a little bit about your local collaboration and participation.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I also very honored to be the local network board as well. But we all know that the country network actually the engines of a global compact, because whenever the Global Compact or the UN want to harness the power of business to bring a sustainable future, then local network definitely will have this the last mile in the country level. So I want to talk a little bit about the Japan network, because yesterday when we had this network meeting, so I can see the different culture, different approaches, which is very important. For example, in Japan, because the Network Japan has been working with our participants in the Japanese context, and which include, for example, Japan, we have a good set of regulation and law, and also the Japanese culture and historical expectation to the private sector to be more responsible. And also our participant, they join not as the beginners, actually most of them already the practitioner on sustainability. So they already have an idea of what they are doing, but they want to know what the other company doing, or they want the other company to do what they are doing. But I found that all this idea, formed by the Japanese company, done by the Japanese company, was formed by the Japanese regulation, not really the global forms. But also our participants are interested in the cross-industry, the sharing and peer learning. And basically, most of our participants are the large company. But I have to say that Japanese networks are successfully running couple of the working groups, seminars, and leaders incubator programs in the past 20 years, which I feel that is very successful. But as a board member, I also keep in mind doing my job is my role and responsibility more focused on to strengthen the link between the local network and the other side, both the headquarter and the other local network as well. So the past March, we welcomed the local network to the gathering in Japan. So I see the network to network collaboration also growing. But of course, not all my doing, but I'd like to think this is part of my good influence. But I actually have the one regret I have to confess to all of you today as my board role is my years on the global board member, which actually is during the COVID year. So I was not able to connect earlier. So just only until last year, we had the gathering in New York, and this year, March in Japan, and including this one.
Thanks, Sandra. You talked a little bit about, the motivation and philosophy of the Japanese companies joining the network or joining the compact. So a similar question to you is, what advice would you like to give to companies that want to get started on their sustainability journey, or they want to engage with us more? What is that one, from your personal experience, what advice would you like to share?
Well, definitely I would advise to join as soon as possible. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Because I do feel, and also I have all those conversations with the other CEO, peer, or the private sector, the corporate. I would say that as business, we all face the pressures from many directions, from our clients, from our customers, investors, employees, and even the public, society. So those of us considering whether to join the Global Compact probably fall into two camps. First is they want to know how to handle this, face these pressures, what to do. And second is they're already doing, and they want the others know what they are doing and what they did, or they want to know what the other company are doing. So for both these two kinds of the company, I think the Global Compact would be the good match. And for example, I myself and my sustainability team did a benefit in terms of learning, sharing, and gathering the information. Learning, especially the peer learning, because learning what other company did or what they are doing, and also the discussing. Global Compact, no matter it's global or the local, definitely is a good venue for us to discussing and sharing our good practice. And also the global information and trend of the challenges or the emerging issue, global one or regional one as well. And I think many of us today here is either we are already the participant or we're working on the sustainability on site. So I want to add, be proactive and make use of what you find. It's really up to you. Be proactive, grab the opportunity as you can to to join the calls, to the sections, any opportunity to input, to learn, to apply to your business, to apply to your company. It's really up to you. Make good use of what you find. Actually, then you will have your reward. So I would say UNGC actually is a doorway to a business leader, to the company, to lead you to take you to places beyond beyond our imagination. At least it did for me.
Those were very kind words, Sandra. As we draw a close to our fireside chat, the theme of this entire convening, regional convening, is forward faster. So if you were to give a call to action to companies and businesses in our region, Asia, Oceania region, how to move forward and faster on the SDGs, what would that one call to action be?
Well, no need I emphasize or repeat it again, but I think we all know that last year UN has this stock take of the SDG. So we are not only on track to meet the SDG 17 goals 2030, we are not even close to the halfway of it. We are falling behind. So we all know that we need to do something. So I think this forward faster is what Global Compact pinpointed for us. 5 areas and 9 targets, actually, which is across to the 17 growth and the cross-cutting. And it comes with a mechanism to our action can be tracked properly so that our progress can be shown to the world. So it really depends on how we can really look into it and what we can do. And the Global Compact already provide us these choices. So it's up to us. We have to really look into it and what in the context of our company, our country, or our company as a company in this Asia and the Oceania region, what we can do to work together to forward it faster and better. I mean, forward and also together.
Thanks so much, Sandra. These were very inspiring words, and not just this fireside chat, but Sandra, through her work, her engagement, has been a great champion of sustainability and also the Global Compact Initiative. So let's give her a big round of applause. Thanks so much, Sandra.
Thank you. Can I invite both the ladies on stage to kindly come to the front of the stage for a quick photo session. Let's give them another warm round of applause as they return to their seats. And now, next on the agenda, we have a high-level opening panel called Forward Faster SMEs, Small Businesses, Big Impact. This session will focus on the pivotal role of small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in driving sustainable economic growth and development across the region. SMEs constitute a significant portion of businesses in the Asia Pacific, contributing to employment, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We are blessed to have with us not one, not two, not three, but 4 CEOs present and that will be on this panel, comprising of Mr. Mevin Paris, CEO of Hatchworks Private Limited. A round of applause, please. Miss Arpana Saxena, Chief Executive Officer of Toraja Mello. Mr. Cheng Yi Chin, Regional Director of DTC. Sorry, Miss Cheng Yi Chin. Mr. Johari Mustafa, CEO and founder of Forest Interactive. Apologies for the names. And our moderator for this session is none other than Miss Esther Chung, Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network, Singapore. Miss Esther, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Is my sound on? Okay, great. Very good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see so many of you and also friendly faces, familiar faces from yesterday. As the MC mentioned, Nigel mentioned, my name is Esther. I am from Global Compact Network Singapore. It's a pleasure to be a moderator for this very exciting session. Today, we're here to discuss a very important topic, which is looking at the crucial role of SMEs in achieving sustainable economic growth and development in the region. But before I start this conversation, allow me to just do a little bit of context setting before we go deep into the heart of the discussion. So in the Asia Pacific and worldwide, SMEs are the backbone of local economies, accounting for 98% of businesses and 50% of formal employment. With large corporations often dominating the sustainability discussion, it is important to remember, though, that 2/3 of the environmental, social, and governance footprint lies with the SMEs and their supply chains. So what does that mean? It means that SMEs are key driver to global sustainability progress, job creation, and inclusive growth. And it's their agility, adaptability, and also being very deeply rooted in local communities that really uniquely positions them to address pressing critical environmental and social challenges. However, navigating this rapidly evolving sustainability landscape can be very overwhelming for big companies, but let alone SMEs. Common challenges include limited financing, supply chain disruptions, and complex regulations. At the UN Global Compact, we have extensive experience working with SMEs. In fact, our new program, some of you may have heard, called Spark, is designed specifically for SMEs and suppliers of larger companies. Spark connects SMEs worldwide to share best practices, build internal capacity, and foster collaboration for inclusive economic growth. By joining Spark, SMEs gain competitive advantage by branding their businesses as preferred supplier while receiving concrete support from UNGC and the community. And for the larger companies in Spark, they can engage more deeply with their suppliers and advance their own sustainability agenda. So it's really win-win. So if you do not know about it, please do learn more at the UN Global Compact. So this is just one of many initiatives in how we support SMEs. And as highlighted in yesterday's panel, our goal is to help companies move forward faster and move forward simpler for the SDGs. Now, with this as the backdrop, I want to really get into the conversation with those that are in the front line, right? I'm going to start, how I'm going to run this is as a start, I'm going to ask each panelist, I'll work down the line to briefly introduce their company, what they do, and what the sustainability mean for their company. And then we're going to have a somewhat informal and very dynamic dialogue with the law. I had a bit of a conversation with them earlier, so no doubt we will keep things fresh, entertain, and make sure, you know, if there's a dip in the cabin, this session will pick you guys right back up. So maybe let me start with the ladies, yeah? Aparna, maybe over to you to introduce a little bit about yourself, your company, and what does sustainability mean for you?
Thanks, Esther. Really excited to be here, right, to represent the voice of the SMEs. My name is Aparna. I am CEO of Torajamelo and founder of Ahana by Torajamelo. What we do is Torajamelo works with indigenous artisans across Indonesia, especially focused on the craft of backstrap loom weaving, which is indigenous to more than 1,100 indigenous communities in Indonesia. And we connect them to the market through our lifestyle brand, Torajamelo, both B2B and B2C, and we cover the whole gamut of apparel accessories. And Ahana by Torajamelo is something I launched last year, which is actually, in a way, contributing to some of the solutions that were needed, especially for SMEs. It's a multi-brand showcase, and we work with similar artisanal businesses across Indonesia, and we connect them to the market. It's not a marketplace, it's a retailer, so we really want to collaborate with the SMEs, and our hope is to take it forward. So starting with Indonesia, but essentially we wanted to represent Southeast Asia and then the global South. Yeah. And sustainability is very integral to what we are doing, because we wouldn't be able to last if we do not incorporate as a core part of our DNA. We are Indonesia's 12th B Corp, so one of the first things we did was to look into our supply chain and really see how we could, you know, walk the talk. It's been an extremely tough journey, but I think it's something that has taught us that if we incorporate this earlier, you know, into your supply chain, into your value chain, then as you move ahead and you scale, it definitely becomes much more easier. And through our consultancy arm, we actually offer that kind of support, ESG support, to other businesses also now. So that's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. And maybe over to you, Yiching.
Hello. So I'm Ichin, basically the director of DTC World. Founded in 2006, we are a marketing service company that specializes in premiums and point of sales merchandise solutions. So we work a lot with FMCGs like Heineken, Unilever, Philips. So we started our sustainability journey in 2016 it was prompted by our key customers' requirements for EcoVadis certification. So this initial step actually made us realize the broader importance of sustainability. It is just not only a compliance measure, but also a vital aspect of our business strategies. So over the years, we have embedded sustainability into our core business strategies, focusing a lot on sustainable materials, reducing our carbon footprint, and also ensuring ethical supply chain practices. So I think for us, sustainability means creating value not just for our business, but also for our stakeholders as well as the environment. So this holistic approach has also helped us to enhance our employee engagement by fostering a culture of responsibility and innovation. Our commitment to sustainability has helped to open up new business opportunities, earning us global contracts. And this partnership has been instrumental to our growth. It contributes to more than 50% growth actually in our export business. So sustainability, I think it matters because it enhances business resilience, it opens up new market opportunities, and it also meets the increasing customer needs for responsible business practices. I think customers, at least for our customers nowadays, they are concerned about their impact of their purchases on the environment. So by adopting sustainable practices, we not only meet their expectation, but also differentiate ourselves in this competitive market. I think in conclusion, sustainability is not just a trend, but it is a fundamental aspect of our business strategy. It helps to build stronger relationship with our customers, improve our operational efficiency, and also create a positive impact for the world.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Must start right away, if not, and accelerate. Maybe I move over to the end. Johari?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Johari Mustafa, founder and CEO of Forest Interactive, headquartered here in Malaysia. As a company, I think at our peak, we reached about 200 over people servicing 90 or so mobile operators in about 30 countries. So what we do is we provide telco billing solutions, as well as digital content distribution. And most of you here have probably indirectly used our services. We deliver SMS messaging. This may be in the form of OTP or marketing messages on your phone, or probably subscribe to Sport TV, watching the Euro Cup recently. So we do the billing platform for some of these mobile operators here in Malaysia as well as regionally. So for us, sustainability is all about walking the talk, right? First of all, educating our own talent on the need to be sustainable, actually wanting to believe in it. And we have a foundation for our group, and what we do is we embark on education projects on sustainability. We work with the B40 groups, teach students in schools, and also have our own talents volunteer for these programs. So actually believing in sustainability is one thing, but having to be involved in these projects, going on ground, talking to the masses on why you believe in it, why it's important. I think that's a crucial factor in any SMEs that wants to have a sustainable practice. You've got to believe it before shouting about it to the masses.
Thank you. Mevin?
Hi, good morning. My name is Mevan. I'm the CEO of Hatch. Hatch is a innovation and entrepreneurship development organization based in Sri Lanka with offices in Singapore and the UAE. So we have the country's largest co-working space, as well as probably the largest startup network of about 700 startups within who we've directly kind of touch pointed with. While we also design and implement innovation programs on a range of thematic areas. So right now, we're being commissioned by the Gates Foundation to design and implement Sri Lanka's National Agritech Accelerator. We also work with partners like Global Affairs Canada to drive empowerment through entrepreneurship in the north and east of Sri Lanka, formerly kind of war-ravaged areas. We've got programs focusing on female empowerment, edtech, fintech, and a range of other different kind of relevant areas for the economy of Sri Lanka. But also something that we drive really keenly as of late is corporate innovation, because we're really realizing that we can also be a bridge between the larger companies and the SMEs and startups. It's almost a two-way kind of win-win situation, because for the larger companies, there's a possibility of insourcing innovation, new ideas, entrepreneurship, and changing and evolving their DNA by interacting with startups and SMEs. While for the SMEs and the startups, this ensures their sustainability, because you're interacting with those who have a need for your product or service. So that's what we are primarily focusing on. We do a program for a diversified conglomerate, which looks at a range of different sectors that they're in today, and they're trying to be future-proof and say, can you run this, help us find for the next, the new technologies that will help us survive in the next 10 to 15 years and beyond. And that's where we come in. We manage corporate accelerators, set up venture funds where required, and also provide investment advisory services, betting on the side of the startups or the SMEs in most cases. So that's kind of a snippet of what we do. And actually, about a year ago, when Ratik and the UNGC Sri Lanka team visited Hatch for the first time, they looked at us and said, what, essentially what you're doing is you're driving SDG innovation, or you're driving people to look towards this. And we hadn't really thought about it that way. So that's when we decided to join the UNGC network, and we're probably one of the more younger and smaller players, because we ourselves are just 15 members, but we enable a lot of other companies be sustainable. So I think your question about how do we look at sustainability, I think it's about understanding both from from the point of view of how do we enable and create the environments for whichever, whether it's a larger corporate or a smaller player, to achieve some of these goals on their own on a continuous basis, as opposed to kind of delivering a piece and saying, okay, here you go, you're done now. It's not a consulting kind of piece of work, but it's building the environment that will set them up for continuous improvement, continuous innovation, and continuous sustainability.
Wonderful. Thanks. I must visit Hatchworks in Singapore. So I must admit, when I was informed of who I will be speaking with, I was jumping for joy. Very, very lucky, because we have diversity in industries. You have big companies, small companies, diversity in gender. So really here, I have the easiest jobs of just asking questions. But I hope you got a little bit of a flavor of who they are, their company, and what they do. And now we're going to go into the meat of the conversation. And this is about learning, exchanging the insights. So I also encourage them to jump on each other's answers as well. So perhaps let me start off with you first, Yi Ching. Right, you mentioned that DTC started its sustainability journey in 2016, and the scene in Singapore, I'm based in Singapore, has evolved very rapidly. Lots of different regulations, standards always keep on updating. So can you share some of the challenges you face along the way, and maybe some wins?
Okay, so when we embarked on our sustainability journey in 2016, so I think the very first challenge that we faced was there was a lack of knowledge and experience in that area. I think during 2016, there wasn't a lot of talks about sustainability in Singapore. So we had to invest significant time and resources to understand sustainability concept and also implementing relevant practices. So for instance, like what I mentioned earlier, our first audit was EcoVadis certifications, which covers various areas like labor and human rights, business ethics, sustainable procurement, and environment. It was a steep learning curve for all of us. Another major challenge was changing our employees' mindset and integrating sustainability into our company culture. I think initially, when we first talked to our employees about sustainability, many saw that sustainability efforts is just additional work without an immediate benefits. So to address this, we invested a lot of training and workshops to educate our employees about the importance of sustainability and how it will align with our business goal. we actually went ahead to set up a sustainability working group involving all the HODs to help us to manage and also drive our sustainability efforts. So I think like what Esther said earlier, I think the stakeholders' expectation are evolving, especially after the COVID period. And it has also posed some challenges because the landscape of sustainability has become very dynamic with new regulations and standards emerging frequently. So we have to stay adaptable. We constantly need to engage with our stakeholders, especially our customers, to meet up with them to understand what is the expectation, what are the sustainability goals they have set for their companies. So, but despite all these challenges, we have also achieved significant wins. I think one of the major milestones was achieving EcoVadis Gold certification in 2018, which validated our efforts and also helped us to secure our very first global contracts. So another significant win was our recognition at the Singapore Apex Corporate Sustainability Award, which acknowledged our continuous efforts and commitment to sustainability. I think this recognition not only boosted our reputation, but also increased our market competitiveness, enabling us to attract even more global clients. I think in summary, our sustainability journey has presented several challenges. I think our commitment and our strategic approach has also led to significant wins. These achievements not only strengthen our business, enhance our market positioning, but also reinforce our reputation as a responsible company. And this has been attractive actually to the MNCs, especially for the Europe and the US companies.
Thank you. And maybe similar question to you, Johari. Keen to hear your perspective, and also not only as a bigger company, what are the challenges and small wins, but you work a lot with SMEs, right? So what challenges do you see and expect from them?
Okay, well, first of all, here in Malaysia, let's define the meaning of SMEs. Yeah, I mean, in the manufacturing sector, sales turnover not exceeding 10 million USD, or employees not exceeding 200 workers, right? In the services sector, that's where we are in, sales turnover of 4.2 million and not having more than 75 talents, right? So ideally, in a perfect world, starting your SME would mean, you pursuing your goals and ideals for greater independence than your 9-to-5 jobs, right? However, in reality, you start that way, but when you run the business, you start the business, the business is driven by opportunities, right? Provided by your potential customers. So after talking to a lot of CEOs of SMEs, in this region, I could say the biggest challenge always hover around funding, right? That's the biggest challenge, and also unwillingness of the talents from these SMEs to participate in sustainable initiatives, right? There is this don't care attitude. I'm sure a lot of you here have seen it, probably in your workspace. And this can be very prevailing, yeah? And some CEOs or founders who try and bring in sustainable initiative, we're labeled as having priority imbalance, just like myself, right? Any talent would say, hey, what's the focus here? I'm being paid to work, but then there's this sustainable practice. Is this my job? So there's a lot of these questions thrown, in reality, right? And fortunately for us, most of our customers are large enterprise. So we're already seeing them implement, sustainable scorecards, right? Especially in the supply chain. I was speaking to you earlier. We work with Telenor, one of the biggest telco groups globally, and we see them evaluating vendors and asking us questions about what we have done, to have sustainable practice within our organization. So the question here is passing this over to the smaller SMEs, right? Changing the mindset of our procurement, right? To say that cheapest don't really qualify as the winning factor. And, in some cases, the sustainability costs, right, in this context of an SME, needs to be reflected in the final price of the product. And many SMEs still sees this as not being competitive. It's priced higher, procurement won't accept the bid. So this mindset needs to be changed, especially for SMEs. That's a big challenge today.
Thank you for sharing that. Maybe Aparna, you can share from your perspective. Tora Jamello is a small, ethical, and sustainable lifestyle brand, and you work with even smaller suppliers from indigenous communities. So how can SMEs stay adaptable and resilient in the face of evolving sustainability landscape, and also towards what Johari said, the mindset? How do you work with them and try to influence them, and also for your own company?
Yeah, great question. So I think first is, while the answer people assume is technology, honestly, sometimes it's not. It's actually going back to what we call as ancient wisdom, because before this whole industrialization and the whole market economy rampantness came in, these were all sustainable businesses and communities. They used to create and use what they created, and that's how consumption was going. So essentially, when we work with them, I think it's going to the ground and understanding the ground realities, because we often assume that we know better, right? And we live in urbanized setups. We think what works here will work in these sometimes extremely rural areas, right? The areas we work in, it minimum can take us 2 flights, boat ride, and then also bus ride or whatever, right? You can forget 4G internet, you don't even get 2G, yes? And this is reality. So I think it's essentially going and understanding what are their ground realities and what can you bring to the table, and especially opening avenues for local sourcing as much as possible, because Indonesia has a major problem of being extremely import dependent, and that has happened in the past 40 years. It wasn't like that before. So essentially it's going back and seeing that can you actually reopen these linkages locally, and what can you do to support them in that, and then actually collaborating. So looking at joint sourcing, because individually these communities, these businesses will not hit what we call as the MOQs, the minimum order quantities, be it for sourcing raw materials or metal materials. But if we work together, we have common needs and requirements, we are able to bring that price down, keep the quality up. And that's what we try to do. So when we work, we actually provide the raw material that gives them the necessary working capital, right, in order to create high quality end products. And then also being a member of Forum Fair Trade and B Corp, we're very conscious of paying fair. And then you go into the market to essentially command the price for what you create, because you're basically looking at not money for value market, but not value for money market, but money for value. So you're paying money for the value you're getting, the longer lifetime customer value that you're able to provide. So it's a long journey, by the way, Esther, let me tell you. It's extremely painful, easier said than done, but you've got to embark on it, right? And every community is different, so you've got to look at it from that angle, right? And collaboratively, honestly, cannot do this alone. That's why we launched Ahana, because then we work with other businesses, and it becomes much, much more tangible to address this problem together. Individually, it's extremely difficult, yeah.
Thank you. I love what you said about really kind of going to the ground and understanding what's happening. And I think, Mevin, Hatchworks plays this very important bridging role as well, right? Working as an incubator, accelerator, working with the big companies in the startup scene. Perhaps you can, share what are some emerging trends, right, as it relates to sustainability, as you see being critical for helping business to grow and boost their resilience.
Yeah, I think just before that question, I just want to, get to the audience because we have a lot of larger companies. Can you guys help me out with a show of hands? Who among you are working for, connected to companies that are $1 billion? Don't be shy, most of it is public knowledge, so. Okay, so that's a majority. 100 million? Maybe a few, yeah. So 10 million, as Johari mentioned, is SME, right? So you know that's where we are. So I think the next question would be, how many of you all actively invest, or how many of you all have innovation programs or venture programs investing into some of your SMEs that are connected with you? Can I have a show of hands? Okay, we've got a couple of them. Perfect. I mean, that's great. But it'll be great if everybody has it, because I think I just want to make like a social good argument for that, as well as a common sense argument for that, right? And I think that's the role that we play in the middle as Hatch, where increasingly, obviously, our kind of mandate has been, our mission has been to kind of empower new businesses, startups, and make them scalable. But what we're seeing, particularly in countries like Sri Lanka, is that the startup world and the corporate world are a bit like oil and water, right? They're not really merging together. Corporates are still saying the old cliche of, oh, we don't understand this new generation, and etc. I mean, those are really old things to say. You can't say that anymore. And then startups on the other side, to be fair and balanced, are also not taking the effort to understand and put in place, for example, governance structures, certain reporting and M&E procedures in order for them to work with larger companies. So we are trying to be in the middle to get these two to understand. And I think I'll give you a good example of one of our female founder. So we have a program called Accelerate Her, which looks at early stage female founder startups and trying to scale them up. So she's just 19, university student in Jaffna, and she actually realized a very local problem where at the fish market there's a lot of fish waste, and the municipality doesn't actually collect those waste. But there's also no place for them to sustainably dispose of it. So what they do is, as usual, they'll kind of put it all in a boat, take it a few miles into sea, and just dump it all, right? So she kind of looked at it and she said, okay, why don't I get that fish waste? And she got it for free because the fishermen were very happy to, give it away. And she came up to us with an idea saying, I want to convert it into poultry feed pellets. But she's like, I don't know how to do that. I don't have the machinery to do that. But if you guys can help me, I'd like to do that. And what happened was, because it was a grant-funded program, we managed to get her the initial kind of machinery and the know-how required. And she started producing poultry feed because in that area, chicken farming is quite popular. So it's a circular economy kind of product that's come over. But now the question is, now she needs adoption to take her to the next level, to be a nationally relevant product. And that's where we're not seeing a lot of adoption from the larger companies, because they'd rather kind of, import the chicken feed and give it, they don't quite care about the sustainability aspect of it, the circular economic benefits you might otherwise have. So I mean, that's where we're really trying to kind of get both sides to look at, local solutions. I love, Aparna, that you mentioned the ancient wisdom, because sometimes we're chasing these kind of futuristic kind of concepts and ideas without giving respect, taking the learnings from our past and trying to see how do we make some of those which were extremely sustainable, relevant again, which is also ready for the current context. So that's just in essence kind of what we're trying to drive. And again, on the point of investing in SMEs, I think it's two parts, right? If you don't invest in SMEs, and if they are not able to comply to some of the ESG frameworks that you may have and achieve the SDGs, two parts. You're compromising your own supply chain. So that's the common sense kind of argument, because it makes sense. The social good argument is, we're not going to do this on our own, right? The World Bank says 90% of all businesses in the world, and 50% of all jobs are coming through SMEs, that fit the definition that Johari mentioned. So if we're not going to support them, invest in them, scale them up to the next level, and may help them get to that level of sustainability and scalability, sustainability at scale, we're anyway not going to hit any of the SDGs. And we're just going to kind of be, preaching to the choirs and just, talking amongst ourselves without really putting in the hard yards that is required for all of us to move, faster forward.
Thank you. And actually what you mentioned too, also touch on what Johari mentioned about the mindset shift, right, in the larger corporates to embrace different ways of working, support the SME startup. So this is a very important aspect. And another thing you highlighted is also really being on the ground and working through different stakeholders. So at the UN Global Compact, we take a multi-stakeholder approach to sustainable development, right? And you see that represented across all the panels and even in this room. So perhaps I Ching, I'm curious to hear your views on, how can SMEs leverage the various partnerships, government, different agencies, collaborators, NGOs, to accelerate their sustainable development agenda. And for the other panelists, because you coming with different perspectives, feel free to also jump on this, idea of collaboration, what that means. Yeah.
I think for partnership plays a crucial role in supporting SMEs on their sustainability journey by providing access to resource, knowledge, and network that might otherwise be actually out of reach for most of the SMEs. So I think let's use DTC as example. So we actually do a lot of partnership with GCNS. So this partnership actually provided us, a lot of networking opportunities, access to sustainability resources, and also participation in workshops and training sessions. So through GCNS, we actually engaged in a lot of public-private initiative, such as let's say the recent one that we embarked last year would be the Low Carbon SG program, which actually provides grants and support for emission reduction efforts. So I think this collaboration provides a supportive ecosystem that fosters sustainable growth. So we get to learn from the larger corporation, understand their best practice, and leverage on the collaborative knowledge to enhance our own sustainability performance. So this multi-stakeholders approach actually ensures SMEs like us to align with the global sustainability standards and also their efforts.
Anyone would like to jump on that, on the theme of collaboration, partnership, and maybe your experience of how you work with other NGOs or government agencies to accelerate your work? Yeah, it's about building this thriving ecosystem for SMEs. Yeah.
I think what we definitely need is this triad of people, so public, private, and regulatory. That really needs to go together. You cannot just leave it on the public. So when you talk about conscious consumerism, right? A lot of weight is put on the consumer to, make those wise decisions, and not only the early adopters are maybe okay to pay the price premium. And then when you talk about private, you look at the businesses, and then we tell the businesses that you've got to take those steps, right? And walk the talk on sustainability. I think that also is not fair. We do need this. I want to emphasize the regulatory angle. Right. And I think yesterday evening's panel was extremely critical. And I would actually applaud Singapore. Singapore has taken a lot of steps, right? And I think, and I would definitely want to say, reaching out to Bu Josephine sitting there, is we've got to actually rally in Indonesia to take those steps too, right? And it has to be a combination of, I would say, both rewarding and penalizing. You've got to make it easier for businesses to be sustainable. You have to give them those incentives that, take these steps, and these are the, tax benefits, etc. you can get. And secondly, the ones who do not, then you make it a bit difficult for them. And how that can be done is then you encourage these linkages in the supply chain. For example, for the larger businesses to source So make it easier for them to source from these sustainable businesses and encourage that, right? If government incentivizes and says, listen, if you work with these impaneled ones that have, passed these measures, you are able to get certain benefits in terms of your benefits, right? And it sort of becomes a win-win rather than I'm just doing good. Honestly, it's about doing business well and doing good. It's that interconnectedness. And then what we try to do is whatever we have learned in our journey, we know there are a lot of SMEs that are behind, right? So how can we work with them, right? Market access is one portion, it's downstream. Unless we work with them to look at their supply chain and understand their challenges and see from our network what we have, can it help them? You're not going to move the needle. So I think that's what we are trying to do in that our, small level. And it's both in terms of sharing your resources, but often it's sharing your learnings. So I think this is how I look at it. We have to have that, triad working together collaboratively. Yeah.
Mevin?
Yeah, can I just quickly add, because most of our work actually is donor funded, because Sri Lanka is a recipient of several kind of funding, grant funding opportunities. So as I mentioned, we work with the Gates Foundation on the Agritech Accelerator, and the mandate that we've been given is how do we accelerate agri-tech startups or agri-tech solutions to be nationally scalable, while at the same time ensuring benefits for the smallholder farmers, and getting the government to also kind of build this into, so we are having discussions around, procurement policy, how do they adjust it so that there can be preferential kind of opportunities for these new technologies, which are both, solution oriented, but are also sustainable to come into practice and kind of, improve the productivity of smallholder farmers. So that's one. We work with the previous program I mentioned, Accelerator, is funded by the US State Department. We have a program with Global Affairs Canada. We had a program from UNDP to promote social cohesion through entrepreneurship, where we linked, 7 different provinces in Sri Lanka and chose young entrepreneurs to work together so that they can themselves serve each other and become vendors and partners in their own businesses. So I think a lot of these initiatives are super important, and for us, we're very, very grateful to have some of these, supporting our work. But they're meant to be catalysts, right? They're meant to give that initial spark. But the longer term sustainability is when the local companies, the corporates, the larger players adopt it, when it's kind of built into the general modus operandi of the economy. So this is what we are yet to see, and Hatch has been in operation for the last 5 years, of course with turbulent times in Sri Lanka, but we're really now seeing, if the investment ecosystem doesn't kick in, if people are not adopting, as I said, it becomes difficult to sustain some of these initiatives in the long run. So that's something that we are really, really promoting. But I'll also just give another example in terms of partnerships. Sometimes we run this, we run a program called the Open Innovation Platform. So what we do is we get companies to articulate rather specific challenges that they may have. And some of it is linked to their business objectives, but some of it is also linked to their sustainability objectives. Classic example, FMCG company wanting to kind of make their entire packaging, offering, 30 to 40% using recycled plastic and reduce certain, plastic wastage, etc. So then what happens is we are able to then find startups and SMEs who are packaging experts, who are developing alternative packaging. And rather than them just going to the market, hoping somebody would buy their packaging, here is a ready-made need, so here's the demand, and then we are also able to find SMEs who can feed into that kind of demand. And that's been really successful. They've managed to kind of make everything from shampoo bottles, etc., with using 30% less plastic. So these are the kind of opportunities that are there. It's just about realizing that there's new methodologies that you can probably adopt, and understanding how SMEs can be part of the solution, part of the conversation, and driving through. Last point I want to make on regulation as well. Because again, I think Aparna, nailed it on the head. Incentives are what drives the world, nothing else, right? So how do we create the right incentives? And sometimes it's not always waiting for government to pass the regulations, but among us, because we in the room, we have probably a lot more control on policy advocacy. So how do we push that agenda, but ourselves? How do we get our internal policies aligned to create the incentives for other players, for other small players in the market to be more sustainable?
If I can chime in, you said incentive, right? And I think, Aparna, you mentioned penalize, right? And I see forward faster now. What what do you think of incentivizing regulators to penalize companies that are not sustainable, right? I mean, how often do you go to a restaurant, a cafe, and finding that the restaurants still serve you straws? Do you want to open it from the paper wrapping, slowly? I noticed they make it more difficult now to open the straw, right? But yet you open the straw, put it there on the glass and sip on it. And these companies should be penalized. Why are we here talking about sustainable practice when we see in reality all these companies just, not giving you the time of day and thinking that, hey, this guy, why is he having all these thoughts and ideas? I think regulators should play a role here, right? We're moving forward. You don't have to wait to 2040 to say penalize. We've got to penalize because it's maintaining the earth, right? That's why we are all here, right? But talking about it we've been here many times. Talking about it, I think, is not just enough. You need to socially penalize people. I do that with my friends. Hey, why are you using a straw? Can't you just drink from the cup? Right? I think this is a very important virtue.
So I hear probably the stick is, in your opinion, works better? Is that what
Sorry?
the stick, the carrot and the stick, from what you just described, you think that the stick is going to get people to shift faster?
I guess so. I mean, geographically speaking, we're here in Southeast Asia. It's a developing region, right? There's so many followers. There needs to be examples given. We're a very good follower, right? And I think if there's a case, it's amplified, and people will follow.
Okay. Maybe along that same line around carrot and stick, finance. Yeah, sustainable finance. Certainly in Singapore, I think all over the world that the financial actors are playing a crucial role, right, in enabling change. Maybe from your perspective, Johari, your company, can you speak to speak about how sustainable financing, the investment community, how has that come in terms of supporting the ecosystem?
Sustainable finance.
So maybe your relationship with the with the funders, and that may be banks, that may be government agencies. Are there investments that's helping incentivize companies to be more sustainable?
Yeah, we work with banks and financing companies, whether it's your rolling capital, whether it's project financing. However, here in Malaysia, I think there's lack of these organizations trying to understand whether you have sustainable practices. I believe we still haven't seen it in the standard forms that you have to fill in, right? And I think it's still back to, profit and loss, how viable it is to fund your project, rather than how sustainable it is. And I believe, I think I heard Maven, from a startup ecosystem, I think VCs are a bit more open on this. There is this social entrepreneurship, and they don't really look at, of course, there's P&L, but how does sustainable practice affect the business as a whole? So in terms of your traditional financing methods, we don't see it being prioritized, being sustainable yet. Probably, in Singapore, it's a bit more prevalent, but yeah, I think those are some of the areas that can be improved further.
Okay. Any other perspectives on the area of financing? Yeah?
Maybe a quick story again from Sri Lankan startup ecosystem. So before Hatch, I used to work for the Grab of Sri Lanka, which is called Pick Me. It's a ride-hailing, and I used to head up the food delivery side of the business. So we were the recipient of IFC's first and only startup investment in Sri Lanka. And what it did was essentially, particularly for the transportation industry, if you look at it from a kind of social lens, like in Sri Lanka, the latest research and everything that's published says that 99% of all females get sexually harassed on public transport. 99. The other 1% are probably too stigmatized to say it out loud, to be honest. So you have a situation like that where public transport is essentially, give or take, unusable or not a preferred method of transportation. And then what happens is you have also, we used to have these, rickshaw riders, the tuk-tuk drivers who were before technology came into play, were pretty much parked at the top of the road. They'll just wait all day. They'll get a couple of hires. As a result of them having so much of idle time, they were a hotbed for a lot of other kind of, illegal and, antisocial activities to happen through that entire network, because they pretty much had the whole day. Now, if you come to Sri Lanka and you ask a tuk-tuk driver, they'll probably say they don't have even time to eat their lunch, because now they're constantly getting a lot more kind of business, right? They're always on hires. And as a result, I'm not saying it's perfect, but there's a lot more affordable and easier ways to get about the city, particularly using more safer methods of transport. So I think in that sense, I think it may not touch on all the parts of the SDGs, but I think IFC's investment, they're also not very sure, what are they investing in, but I think really it's completely transformed, because there are 1 million three-wheel drivers in Sri Lanka. It's completely transformed a subsection of society to look at work more, looking at work in a meaningful way, improving that quality, getting them all to use technology and grow as you go along. And what we've done is actually, when we were there, we were testing out, during the off-peak hours, they'll have on their Drive app certain training modules, right? They could learn to speak English, for example. There were training modules that we are building it so that, between 3 to 5, when traffic is a little low, they could, rather than watch YouTube, they could actually learn something. So there's lots of really, really cool possibilities, endless possibilities as a result of new innovation coming, new technology coming, and players like IFC, etc., understanding that there's catalytic funding required for some of these to be scalable. So Pick Me is a success story. It's now used by about 4 million people, which is 25% of all our population. And it's an anomaly. We don't have everybody going to that levels. But IFC invested about $5 million at the time, which really changed the game for them. And I think a lot more needs to be done in this respect as well.
Thank you. Maybe I'll turn the floor to you, the participants and the audience. Any questions that you have for any of our panelists? We have one over on the right. Could we get a mic? You have a question, right? Yeah. Great.
Go for it. We can
Go for it. Go for it.
Thank you. I have a question for Yi Chin, but some of this may have been touched by Johari earlier, but I'm happy to hear from the other panelists as well. When it comes to, I just want to know, how does DTC look at the additional costs? For example, it's good to have all the EcoVadis ratings and whatnot, but all this comes with additional costs. And these are the challenges, or one of the main factors when we speak to our SME clients. This is the main thing that they raise to us in terms of the additional costs. So basically my question is, how does DTC look at these additional costs? How do you sort of convince your shareholders? And what would be your advice to the SMEs, especially out there in Malaysia? Thank you.
I think it's very important actually for the owners themselves, the business owners themselves. They must recognize that yeah, I mean, all these EcoVadis, all these audits are additional costs. But it's important for the owners themselves to believe in sustainability is the key to survival for business. So I think in DTC, I think it started off of the founders ourselves. We actually tell our guys that because we work a lot with MNCs, and we tell them in order to work with MNCs, we have to be sustainable. There's no second options. Unless today you want to just stay in the business for 5 years and after that out of the business, if you want to survive in the long run, we have to do it. And we do not see sustainability as a cost, but we see it as an investment. We see it as it's an investment for the growth of the company in the long term. So this is how we actually, I mean, of course, when you talk to a lot of SMEs owners, they still don't see it that way. They will see that, okay, the initial cost is this. And they have to pump in so much money just to get on to the thing, but they do not see the immediate benefits of it. So I think we need to I think we started off this journey because of our MNC's clients, because they have enforced it on us to tell us that, okay, in order to do business with us, you need to meet certain requirements. And because we need to meet certain requirements, so we actually use that to tell our guys, our people that, okay, you see, in order to do business, let's say with Heineken, we need to meet certain sustainability requirements. And we have to do it. Otherwise, we can no longer do business with Heineken. So, so we link it up with business goals, with their benefits. So it's sort of like move them towards that journey. Anybody else?
Anyone else? Or another question for the panelists? Okay, but then if not, I have one final question for each and every one of you, which is really any practical advice, final words of wisdom that you would like our audience to take away. Many of them here are larger companies, but when they look at their supply chain, there's a lot of work to be done there, and there are also some SMEs in the room. So what would you like them to take action on following this session? Maybe I'll start with the far end, Johari.
Didn't realize there were banks here in the audience. Anyway, jokes aside, I think it would be, for us, it was starting small. We started as a startup, right? I kind of miss that atmosphere today. There's so much processes, and you want to have an idea given out and actionize, and you realize people coming to you like, oh, we can't do that. We have this process, we have to follow this team. We got to wait for a certain period of days. They have to get back to us. Why can't we have this done now? And so, no, it doesn't work that way anymore, right? So for us, on the long-term perspective, every step counts, no matter how small it was. And I find that all the small mistakes that we make as an SME, especially losses, right? When we first started the company, it somehow translated into bigger wins, right? And eventual success. Launching 10 products, having 8 fail, working only on 2, and eventually you come up with ideas that you learn from all these failures. So what we learn is to persevere through challenges, right? Whether it's challenges to convince your stakeholder on how to believe on sustainability and where the cost is coming from, rather than your government subsidy or tax breaks, which no government in 2024 is willing to give. But I think for me personally, there's always been obstacles. That is just plenty. But we remembered why we started the journey, and I think you should too. Your efforts deep down inside. Know this, that your efforts could definitely contribute to a better future, one for the business and one for the planet itself.
Thank you.
So I think in this challenging time, I think my advice, I'll repeat again, that sustainability is, we do not view sustainability as a cost, but we view it as an investment for the future resilience of the business. So there are certain steps that, we can take when we want to start on the sustainability journey. First of all, just conduct an assessment of your current practice to identify areas of improvement, set realistic and achievable sustainability goals, begin with small impactful initiative. It can even be, you can start off even with like waste reduction, energy efficiency and things like that. Building strong partnership is also essential. Collaborate with larger corporation, industry associations, government bodies to access the resource and expertise. So we also need to constantly invest in our employees' training to foster the sustainability culture within the organization. So we engage your workforce by linking sustainability efforts to business goals to ensure that they understand the importance of this initiative. So lastly would be to stay adaptable and proactive, monitor the regulatory changes and market trends closely, be prepared to adjust your strategies accordingly. So I think transparency and regular communications with your stakeholders about your sustainability progress can help to build trust and support. I think the final words would be sustainability is a journey, and maintaining momentum will require our commitment, innovation, and collaboration.
Thank you.
So I think she's really gone into details. I'll just highlight one fact that be it big or small, we basically tend to overestimate short-term pain and underestimate long-term gains. So I think irrespective of whatever size of business you are, do not get caught in analysis paralysis. Make a start. There is enough to reach out to, right? There are businesses in big and small that have started on this journey. So, take advice, take inputs, and, start taking those steps. And I mean, for those in Indonesia, reach out to us. We have a consulting arm and we can help demystify it for you. But I think, honestly, please don't think too much. It's not really as tough as, we make it out to be. And it's these simple changes, that can be started off and start off an area that has less impact to your core, So if your governance structures are too complex, don't touch governance, start with the ENS part, right? So honestly, I think we tend to overwhelm ourselves and it's just making us start because, each of the large businesses was small someday, right? So you've got to start somewhere is what I would say, and let's not overthink it.
Yeah, I think my submission through this whole panel is if you can take away that, we're not going to do this alone, right? We're all in this together. Don't leave the smaller guys behind because otherwise we're not going to, go anywhere. So think of the SMEs, think of what you're going to do today to help them be more sustainable, to take them on this journey. Think of all the stakeholders, who you can impact, to take it through. So I know yesterday someone mentioned forward, faster, simpler. So I'd like to add, I think there's that age-old saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So my submission is let's go forward, faster, further, together. Thanks.
Amazing, amazing. So I think the panel has, in their final words, to sum it up really, really nicely. And the word that tops my mind is teamwork. Yeah, sustainability really is a teamwork. And I think actually even the word marathon may not be necessarily the right analogy because marathon is an individual sport. As you can see, I've been watching a lot of Olympics. In fact, I was thinking about road race. Yeah, road race at the Olympics is the longest sport, 6.5 hours of being on the bike. Well, there is one individual winner. If you look at how it's structured, it's actually teamwork. There's strategy, people help one another, and there's sprints in between, right? And there are also mechanics and whatnot standing on the side, waiting to support you if a biker is falling behind. So I thought that's a really important analogy because sustainability is windy, it is challenging, it has ups and downs, but there are also wins along the way, and we need to share those wins. We need to engage with our collaborators, partners to come on board So I think that echoes everything that's been said. I hope you continue the discussion and conversation beyond this panel and beyond this conference, and really engage with your local networks, the Global Compact, in what you are doing on the ground so we can understand your needs better as well. So I think with that, we have come to the end of the panel. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, panelists. Can I invite all our panelists to come to the front of the stage for a quick photo? Just to recap, the panel was entitled Forward Faster SMEs, Small Businesses, Big Impact. And as Mr. Mevin Perry said, let's move forward, faster, further, together. Let's give them another warm round of applause as they return to their seats. Our next session is entitled Sustainability Spotlight, which is a key highlight of our Forward Faster Now Asia and Oceania event, focusing on the sustainability journeys of 3 exemplary companies. The session is designed to be an inspiring and informative experience for all attendees. By showcasing the journeys, challenges, and successes of leading companies, this session aims to motivate and equip businesses, associations to pursue their own ambitious sustainability targets. We have heard from much, but now we are going to hear from 3 presenters. In the meantime, please remember to, if you're tagging on social media, to use our hashtag #ForwardFasterNow. We do not encourage the use of plastic bottles throughout this conference as we are providing water bottles. Our first presenter is Ms. Anju Jaswal, who is the Executive Officer of Asbil Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving her a warm welcome as she makes her way to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for introducing me. My name is Anju Jaswal from Asbil Corporation, and I'd like to thank UNGC for inviting me for the Sustainability Spotlight session. Today, I'd like to share with you how Asbil Corporation is leveraging automation solutions to drive sustainable innovations. Okay, so what I like to actually also talk about is, at the opening plenary, Ms. Sandra actually also introduced how Japanese companies actually have been quite familiar with sustainability even before sustainability was a buzzword. And here I'd like to introduce to you basically, the fact that our sustainability philosophy is deeply rooted in our Japanese heritage. And I'd like you to consider the Horyuji Temple, which is built without a single steel nail, yet has lasted 1,000 years. It's a symbol of enduring sustainable craftsmanship. Asbil integrates this timeless ethos into our cutting-edge automation solutions. And our sustainable technological innovation spans for over 100 years. We started in 1906 with our founder's vision, which was, freeing people from drudgery. And in the 1970s, we launched the Save Mation concept, which basically led the groundwork of our sustainability efforts. In 2006, we had the human-centered automation philosophy, which basically talked about enhancing human life through cutting-edge solutions. In 2019, we adopted the TCFD and SBTI frameworks, and 2021 was a milestone year for us when we joined the UN Global Compact. In 2023, we had joined the UN Forward Faster initiative, and I'm told I'm going to get an extra badge for that. Basically, our goals are actually quite ambitious and very clear. We aim for substantial decarbonization in 2030 and want to be net zero by 2050. We integrate automation solutions with sustainability in driving operational excellence and environmental stewardship. And Aswell Corporation has three business verticals. That's something unique about us. And we have basically the common denominator being automation solutions. So the first business unit is building automation. And one of the solutions that I'd like to highlight is the automated demand response system, which uses cloud technology and enables us to connect a building energy management system with Aswell's aggregation center to provide demand response services. Basically, demand response systems facilitate dynamic energy management. Then the second vertical is advanced automation. And here I'd like to highlight the control valve maintenance support system, which is a cloud-based system for the analysis of valve operating data to ensure stable plant operation. And this optimizes performances and supports our clients' sustainability goals. Our third vertical is called life automation, and we have a solution called Digital Transformation Electricity Gas Aqua, which is a cloud services to visualize and calculate GHG emissions based on energy utility data. So we tackle our ESG challenges head on, and we have 10 material issues across 5 key areas identified that significantly impact both the environment and society. And to achieve materiality targets, essential goals for the Aswell Group for the SDGs have been formulated, addressed by our business and corporate activities. And targets are set for each essential goals, progress are monitored, and initiatives are undertaken related to the ESG concerns. Our automation solutions are pivotal in our efforts to accelerate decarbonization. And we actually had significant carbon dioxide savings in fiscal year 2022. And in fiscal year 2030, we aim for an effective reduction at our customer site of 3.4 million metric tons of CO2 per year. And this is equivalent to the annual carbon dioxide absorption by a forest 1.7 times the size of Tokyo. Our commitment to net zero emissions is by 2050. So we have a very robust structure to advance sustainability. And across Aswell Group's materiality, we are focusing on 5 key areas: environment, innovation, society, human resources, and governance. And our group philosophy, our guiding principles, our code of conduct, and our management strategy is all aligned towards attaining our fiscal year 2030 goals. And we have won international acclaim for our sustainability efforts. So we have received the highest CDPR ratings for example, for supplier engagement. We've had the highest rating for climate change since 2021. We have been listed in the FTSE4Good Japan Index. And this basically, sort of encourages us to take our commitment further. So yes, we would like to keep contributing in series to the achievement of a sustainable society in the future as well. And together we can make a difference. So let's move faster forward now. Thanks very much, everyone.
Check. Thank you, Ms. Anju Jaswal. Up next, our next presenter, Ms. Jo Yin Cheng, Vice President of ESG at Credo. A round of applause, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So thanks again, UNGC, for inviting Credor to share on our ESG approach and how we integrate ESG as part of our investment cycle. Yeah, so it's really an honor to be part of the sustainability spotlight. And today, of course, I will touch a little bit on how investors can actually shape the behavior of our investment companies, and how can we principally educate them on ESG and continuously support them on this. Yeah, so just introduction to Credor as well. So Credor, we started in 2011, and our very first fund is of $130 million in size. And today, we are a firm of about $3 billion AUM, with more than 85 people across 5 offices. And I'm proud to say that Credor is a leading private equity in South and Southeast Asia, focused in investing in growth companies. So in terms of our investment, to date, we have invested in more than 50 companies. So what you can see here is our existing active investments. Across 6 key sectors, I would say Credor would primarily invest in: manufacturing sector, retail sector, professional services, financial services, healthcare, as well as technology. So you can also see the markets that we invest in: Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, India, as well as Spain. Yeah, so when we talk about investing in growth companies, usually I think the problem is, how do we balance growth and ESG at the same time? When we talk about growth, I like that 3 sentence over there. So revenue growth is good, profitable growth is better, but profitable growth that advances ESG priorities is the best. And how do we do that? Of course, that doesn't come without challenges. So ESG in the growth equation actually have a few common challenges that we so far see in our investee companies. Firstly, is on the mindset, right? So mindset means the short-term financial focus always prevails. How do we convince our portfolio companies that ESG is important? Number 2 is on resources. So usually SMEs and smaller companies, they have limited financial budgets for ESG. I think in a previous panel, we mentioned that as well. Some of us think that ESG is a cost. And of course, later I'll touch about how Credor addresses that challenge. Number 3 is on lack of expertise, so lack of knowledge and lack of skills. And lastly, it's on no established structure and process. So pretty much smaller companies, there are no processes and structure to address ESG in a very systematic way. So this is the 4 key challenges. And of course, at Credor, we want to minimize these challenges for our companies as much as possible. So we want to prepare them, in adopting these ESG principles and integrate ESG from the onstart. So we implement a 3-phase approach when it comes to integrating ESG in our investment process. So you can see there are, approach pre-investment and post-investment as well. So the first phase focuses on screening and due diligence. So this actually gives us sufficient information to understand the risks and opportunities before we invest in a company, and so that the investment committee can also make an informed decision. They have both financial as well as ESG information for them to make a decision before we invest. And once we have the investment on board, we actually work very closely with a portfolio company to close the ESG action plan that was agreed during investment. So that is something that will be incorporated in the shareholders agreement, for example, and they cannot run away from implementing ESG. And then, of course, the department will also give them constant engagement to practice sustainable stewardship, as well as measuring value and impact. So all of this is actually done through a dedicated department at Credor. We have an in-house ESG department who acts as, sort of like a consultant or advisory firm to all our portfolio companies, and so that they don't have to go out to engage, expensive consultants and whatnot. So these are the different types of technical assistance that our ESG department provides. So examples are training and roundtables. We share best practices among our portfolio companies. We provide them with data templates. We provide them with carbon calculators for them to calculate Scope 1 and Scope 2. And to an extent, we do also have AI tools for them to calculate their Scope 3 emissions as well. So this is a case study of how we support one of our portfolio companies. So this portfolio company is in the retail sector. And of course, we proudly can say that they started with zero awareness or minimal awareness of what ESG is. And today, I think they now have a systematic approach towards ESG. So the three key areas of support, I think I've mentioned a little bit just now as well. The three key pillars that we provide is risk assessment and gap assessment. So during the due diligence itself, we have already identified what are the risk areas that they should look at. And then, of course, on capacity building as well. We will give them continuous training on an annual basis or as regular as they want. We will give them training. And lastly is on measurement and reporting as well. Yeah, so when we provide recommendations to our portfolio companies, we align them with the UN SDGs, and of course, as a participant of UNGC, the 10 principles of UNGC as well. These are the summary of initiatives that are actually ongoing in our portfolio companies, and they mainly focus on these three pillars: reduce environmental impact, create positive social impact, as well as upholding ethics and compliance. Yeah. So just to share as well, to incentivize our portfolio companies further, we also hold our own internal ESG awards among our portfolio companies, just to let them showcase their initiatives and also incentivize them a little bit, so that makes the carrot out of the stick that I've just mentioned as well. Yeah. So of course, when it comes to ESG, monitoring and reporting is a very important element because we have multiple stakeholders to address and answer to. So at Credo, we align ourselves with many different standards, but primarily I would say that the ESG Data Convergence Initiative is the main framework that we aligned with, because this is a framework for the private equity industry. And that framework has streamlined many different matrices, and they have also prioritized what matters to the investors most. So this includes GHG emission, net zero commitment, injuries, diversities, as well as employee engagement. We collect this data from our portfolio companies through many different channels as well. As you can see, we have our ESG reporting platform. Site visits, we do conduct at least once a year to the portfolio companies just to see, how well they're doing in terms of ESG, are they complying well, and etc. Regular meetings, as regular as quarterly or monthly meetings, of course, emails as well. Yeah, so to ensure that the data we collect doesn't just sit as a data, we also convert them into actionable insights as well as useful tools for them to understand their current maturity in terms of ESG. So we do give our portfolio companies like annual ESG scorecards, benchmarking reports, as well as certain recommendations as well. Yeah, so we do understand that ESG is a journey and we want to continuously improve. So in line with regulatory focus as well as market direction, these are the few areas that Credo would focus more in the future and make sure that our portfolio companies have certain initiatives around these areas. So the first thing is climate change policy. We want to be able to help our portfolio companies set climate change targets as well as decarbonization plan. Secondly is on sustainable supply chain. So we do not want our responsibility to just end at the portfolio company level, but we want to monitor what happens after that and downstream as well. And lastly is on review and audit of data. So we collect a lot of data from our portfolio companies, but we do want this data to be of certain quality, especially when we have to make decisions out of it. Yeah. So that's all from me. Thank you so much, and I hope to catch up with you during the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jo Yin Cheng. We would now like to invite our final presenter, Dr. Roshan Rajadurai, Managing Director of Talawakel Tea Estates PLC. Please join me in giving Dr. Roshan Rajadurai a warm welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the very briefest of time given to me, it's going to be a challenging undertaking to explain our sustainability focus from a different perspective, from agriculture. So very briefly, I will stick to the important points and I rely on slides to explain it. So I represent Haley's, which is the largest plantation group in the country with 26,000 hectares under cultivation, and we care for 140,000 people in our plantations. Haley's has 60 plantations across the length and breadth of the planting districts of Sri Lanka. And the company that I represent today, Thalawakele Plantations, in our estates, we care for 42,000 people. So our business is using the profit for people and planet, and that is our aim. So very briefly, our sustainability milestone. So under very challenging scenarios in climate change, and since tea is a vegetative crop, it has a significant impact on production, quality, and the livelihoods of people. So our main focus is on economic sustainability, meaning focusing on the product, process, and the agronomy of tea. Our social sustainability aims to enhance livelihoods through increased earnings for our employees. We have total custodial care not only for the workers, but for the whole 42,000 community under our charge. So these are some facets of the custodial care that we undertake in our sustainability responsibility. We have a popular saying in Sri Lanka called from womb to the tomb, total custodial care, or from birth to death. So those interested, I'm sure you can go through the slides at leisure. From conception to delivery of children, from infancy to 5 years, we provide total maternal care, total custodial care for the children. And it doesn't end there. Care goes beyond 5 years in terms of health, adolescence, and going up to the adult stage. Then we give training and development, awareness programs with so many facilities thrown in to keep the livelihoods and the quality of life of our people at the highest level. So our focus on ecosystem and biodiversity is very important, and it's implicit for our business because we are in a vegetative crop cultivation. And we mainly follow the regenerative approach in our agribusiness operations in all our estates. The main elements, soil and water, are the key elements for industry sustainability and continuity, again, being a vegetative crop that is harvested weekly right throughout the year. Then carbon footprint reduction and renewable energy interventions form a key aspect of our energy conservations. And waste management is important to us because of the 42,000 residents living and working on our estates. As a result of all these initiatives, we have become the world's most certified plantation group. So, in terms of results and adopted strategies, we have quantified it and we have measured it. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to explain the details as explained earlier. You all can go through the outcomes at leisure. And in addition to the quantifiable and measurable results, we have gained in financial and recognition from local and global in terms of our sustainability initiatives. Very particularly, we have become the first plantation company in the world to be certified as a great place to work 3 years running. That's a challenge that many or few agriculture entities will undertake because of the complexities, but we had the courage because of the sustainability framework that we adopt to undertake to produce ourselves for the test and get certified. And in fact, we have won Asia's second best workplace being an agriculture entity. And all our 3 companies in the Haley's plantation sector have got this accolade. And we are also the first plantation in the company, first plantation company in the world to get mother and child friendly seal for responsible business. So our sustainability focus doesn't focus only on economics. As I explained earlier, it's economic, it's social and environmental, and there are many varied interventions to sustain this right throughout. Our main focus is because we are in a people-centric or worker-centric business, so people are always at the center and core of all our sustainable activities. So with all these initiatives that we have undertaken as an agribusiness, we still maintain the quality and the flavor and the brand name of Ceylon tea, and I can assure to this audience that Ceylon tea is still the best. Do drink it and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roshan Rajadure. We would like to thank all three of our presenters for their insights on sustainability from their respective entities. Firstly, Ms. Anju Jaswal, Executive Officer of Asbil Corporation. A round of applause, please. And in second, Ms. Jo Yin Cheng, Vice President ESG, Credo. Lastly, Dr. Roshan Rajadure, Managing Director, Talawakel Tea Estates, PLC. We thank you for your contributions on sustainability and a spotlight into how sustainability and ESG is run in your good entities. Moving forward, we will celebrate the remarkable achievements of the UN Global Compact SDG pioneers and individuals who have demonstrated exemplary leadership in advancing sustainability and the SDGs. The panel will feature SDG pioneers from Singapore and Sri Lanka, sharing their inspiring stories, journeys, and innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. This session aims to inspire and motivate delegates like yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, to accelerate their own sustainability efforts. Our panelists are none other than Ms. Leonie Vass, Group General Manager, Sustainability, Hirda Ramani Apparel. A round of applause, please. Followed by Mr. Gabriel Tan, CEO of Guava Amenities Private Limited. And the moderator for the session is none other than Mr. Wayne Bolt, Head of Communication at United Nations Global Compact. Mr. Wayne, you have the floor, sir.
Appreciate it. I think we were supposed to have a Minty survey up. Somebody? Okay. Please have a seat and we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session on SDG Pioneers, Inspiring Leadership and Sustainability. And thanks so much to the MC for making the introductions. I just note that I've participated in planning the Forward Faster initiative since its inception, and I'm thrilled to see how it has progressed and to be here at Forward Faster Now Asia. And we're gathered here to celebrate the remarkable achievements of the UN Global Compact's SDG pioneers. These are individuals who have demonstrated exemplary leadership in advancing sustainability and the Sustainable Development Goals. As we know, our planet faces unprecedented challenges from climate change to inequalities and everything in between. Last year, the UN Global Compact and Accenture surveyed more than 2,600 CEOs from around the world, and the vast majority of them, 93%, told us they faced 10 or more simultaneous challenges to their business. These CEOs pointed out that global issues that traditionally lie outside of the corporate sphere, like socio-political conflicts or climate change, are threatening their business and impacting their customers and investors. And to rise to these challenges, we know we need bold and innovative leadership. And this session is dedicated to exploring the role of individuals in driving positive change. As we know, certainly a room full of sustainability-minded people, sustainability is a complex issue with far-reaching implications. It requires a holistic approach that encompasses environmental, social, governance, and many other considerations. It demands leadership at all levels, from individuals to corporations to governments. True leadership in sustainability is about much more than achieving business goals. It's about creating a better world for future generations. It's about inspiring others to join the movement. And it's about demonstrating courage, innovation, and perseverance. Do we have the Minty? Oh, perfect. So good timing. So, to get a sense of what leadership in sustainability means to you, the audience, we wanted you to participate in a quick poll, and it looks like, I think everybody's already started to do that, and it looks like action is the primary word. It also looks like passion, commitment, understanding, accountability. These are all critical points of ways to summarize what is sustainability, or what does leadership and sustainability mean for you. And so really appreciate that. And as we go, we'll learn more from our speakers here. And really some interesting and interactive words there. So we've already heard a little bit from Gabriel. Just to note that he was recognized in 2022 as a SDG pioneer for his work in the circular economy. And then Leonie Voss, she's been was recognized in 2021 for her work for responsible production while she was at Haley's Fabric. I know she's going to talk a little bit about that, plus her current role at Herder Amani Apparel. And so really excited to welcome you both and to have you on the stage, and it's an honor to be here with you today. So let's just start out with a few questions, and as time allows, we'll also open it up to the floor, and look forward to hear some engaging questions from you all as well. So just to start it off, if you could tell us both a little bit about yourself and what this audience of distinguished sustainability leaders and thinkers need to know about you both. So maybe we'll start with Leonie and then Gabriel.
Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank United Nations Global Compact Network Malaysia for having me today. Yes, I became the 2021 United Nations Global Compact SDG Pioneer for Responsible Production. Currently, I'm working at Herder Amani Apparels as General Manager for Sustainability in Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and Bangladesh. I have 15 years experience in the textile industry, starting from innovations to research and development to sustainability. Yes, I'm a chemical engineering profession and reading my PhD in sustainable management. Yes, that's about me.
That's great. I think you both have an engineering background. Gabriel, you want to tell us a little bit more?
Yes, you're right. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for United Nations Global Compact, and also especially the Network Malaysia for hosting this event. It's been amazing, and even the dinner last night was very impressive. So I think a great job for the network to organize this. So you're right, I'm electrical engineering by training, and having, I think that background, I think helped me in being a bit more systematic in my thought process. Yeah, so a bit about myself. Guava works with global hotel chains, airlines, and the cruise. We help them to create sustainable experience around the world. And we do that by ensuring that the solutions that we create for our customers are not only sustainable, but are also scalable globally as well as affordable. And I think that is something that we believe very strongly, that when you actually inspire your customers, your partners, and all the people that you work with about sustainability, there needs to be a very strong business case. And there needs to be a very compelling reason of why they need to be on the same journey as you. And that is where, I think later in our conversation, we'll talk about partnerships.
Sure. Partnerships are always very critical. And I think to sort of segue a little bit, based on what the audience has put in here on the sort of the one or two words, or one word to sum up leadership and sustainability, action seems to be a key focus. We've also got commitment, understanding, passion. But maybe to both of you, what is the sort of one word that comes to mind for you? And a little bit more about why you would choose that word. Maybe we'll start with Gabriel for this one.
So I think I got the word from you because you say action is a key focus. So I don't talk about action, I talk about focus.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Because there's so many things, right, going on. And I think everyone realized that after COVID, things are changing very fast. The world is changing very rapidly. Government regulations are changing. The market landscape are changing. Everything is changing. The supply chain is changing, right? And then even as we speak, we do not know what else is going to change tomorrow. And what we used to do in the past may not be able to be something that we can continue to do tomorrow if we don't change what we do today. So I think very important to be very focused in each of and every one of our business in terms of understanding where does sustainability drive value. And I think as long as there is that focus, even if things were to change, you will still be able to get around it because you are very focused in what is it that you want to achieve at the end of the day. Yeah, that's my take.
Sure. So focus for Gabriel, and what about for you, Leonie?
For me, it's transformation.
Transformation.
Yeah, because as a sustainable leaders, we are always trying to transform from non-green to green or conventional to sustainable. So it's transformation.
All very important key words there. So we'll stick with Leonie. For you, what are some of the sustainability challenges and opportunities in the textiles and apparel sector?
I must say that the textile industry significantly contributes to the global economy because it provides millions of employments in the various sectors, from raw materials to manufacturing to retail. So we have a lot of challenges in the textile industry, so I'll take few of them. So the first point I want to highlight is the resource consumption, because in the textile industry, industry consumes vast amount of water, energy, and the raw materials, right? So as an instance, to manufacture one T-shirt, we require 2,700 liters of water, which is equals to drinking water for single person for 2.5 years.
Wow.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, and also at the same time, for production of polyester fabric, for 1 kilogram, it requires 30 to 50 megajoules of energy. So huge amount of resources. And the second point I want to highlight is the dyes and the chemical usage. So today in this conference room, most of us, we are wearing black, navy, or a dark color, right? So to get that color, to get the shade or the depth of the color, so we have to apply a lot of chemicals and dye stuff into the fabric. So because of that, we became the textile and the fashion industry became the second largest water polluted industries in the world, which contributes 20% of the world, the global wastewater generation. And the third point is the labor practices. Some of the developing countries still they fail to ensure the fair labor practices and the health and safety of the employees, fair wages, and the good working conditions. So those are some of the challenges. And apart from that, actually, we have lot of opportunities in the textile industries, because in the industry, there are a lot of opportunities because throughout the supply chain, we have created a common platforms, like from customer or from brands to the suppliers to the brands to the manufacturers to the suppliers. We have a common platforms. As an instance, I can give you HIG FEM, Facility Environmental Model, and also that is for the environment. And for the social and labor, it's HIG FSLM is there. So throughout this throughout the supply chain, you can have that transparency. The supplier, the manufacturer, the customer, the buyer, or the the brand, they can have the total transparencies there. So there is another global platform called Zero Discharge of Hazardous Chemicals. So that is to make sure that is also a global platform. That is to make sure that the manufacturer or the supplier is not using any kind of hazardous chemicals during the fabric or garment manufacturing. So we have that kind of global portals or global platforms to identify the impacts to the environment and the society. And apart from that, in Sri Lanka, most of the apparel manufacturers, we have our own goals, set of goals to have, now to align with the 2030 global agenda and sustainable development goals. In Hydromani Apparels, we have launched our goals, set of goals back in 2020. And we call it Future First Targets. So it's a 5 years target, so it's end up in 2025. So likewise, we have that kind of goals and targets. So these are the opportunities because yes, we have a lot of challenges and also we have a lot of opportunities in the textile industry to adopt sustainability into the manufacturing process.
Sure, and such a critical industry, and the clothes aren't going anywhere, right? So Gabriel, over to you. As a CEO, how has your own personal commitment carried over to your organization, its culture, and its business decisions?
So on a day-to-day basis, right? I mean, the people that you spend your time with, they are the one that knows you the best, right? You know, and every one of my, you know, not just our internal team, but that also include our stakeholders, right? Like we work with governments, we work with a network of suppliers, we have our own supply chain, and you know, a number of like from different sectors, and I think. It is not possible to separate a person like me as a person from the things that I do throughout the course of my work. And that's where we get to be able to influence them in small ways, because I think what people want is consistency. At the end of the day, right, when you work with anyone, what you want is consistency. So that means I need to know what this person wants, and if this person says this, what does it mean? Because then you need to be able to deliver on that on a daily basis. And that is the kind of assurance that you give to your stakeholders that when Gabriel says this, that means it's this.
Right.
Right. And it's not like yesterday is this and tomorrow is something else, because then people will get confused. And as we work on a global scale, we have, you know, partners in more than 25 countries. And we have, you know, our employees are people of different nationalities. And again, you know, that bridge, that nuances of cultures, because now you're not talking about, you know, how you work in terms of culture in your own country, but then you have to be able to let that culture permeate to all the operations that our company has around the world. And I think that brings together another set of challenges. So that's why I think coming back to my first word, which is focus.
Focus.
So it needs to be very focused on it. I mean, day in, day out, there needs to be that key focus that says, if we only get to do 3 things today, what would that be? And then that 3 things, right, in this interaction, in that interaction, how will it take shape? And it has to be consistent. And I can't do 10 things, I cannot do 20 things, but if I can do 3 things very well in every single interaction with every single one of our stakeholders, and we make sure that we do it every time, then people knows that, okay, this is what we are working together towards, because sustainability is so complex.
Sure.
Yeah. Right? When what it means to be sustainable yesterday versus what it means to be sustainable tomorrow will change. And the way we work with our partners will change too. So I mean, giving you an example, during COVID, for example, we have a lot of our manufacturers that produce a lot of things because that's what we normally do. We have a buffer stock, you know, we keep things of a certain level to ensure that should there be a surge in demand, we are able to meet. But then what happened when COVID hits, because we are in the hospitality and travel, people can't travel, people are not staying in hotels, a lot of our suppliers are end up with a lot of stocks. And some of them are in financial difficulty because of that. But we tend to say that we are in this partnership together. We have been working with you for many number of years, and we want to continue to be able to do that, and we want to help you to get out of this together. And we took the step of helping them to ease their financial burdens. That could be to pay for those stocks in advance, to give them, you know, some kind of ways to pay off the stocks that they have produced. And it is also during that difficult moments that people see your true values, right? So again, that's what, coming back to focus, coming back to consistency, it takes different shapes and forms and situations. But if there's only that 3 things that we need to continue to deliver and show them what it means, right? It has to be done consistently so that as the relationships develops and matures, we can do more things together. Why? Because there is trust. You can't do things without trust.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right?
Critical. Yeah.
And sometimes there needs to be that step to say, okay, I'm not sure how is it going to turn out, but I feel that we need to do this together. Let's do it. And that too takes a lot of trust, because whoever that initiates that, you have to be assured that he or she has your best interest at heart. Otherwise, people will not do it. Right? So I'm just talking about very, very practical things that I think everyone can do within our sphere of influence and the things that we do on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely critical, and focus on consistency for everybody. Are not doing that already, but just to, please do. So, Leonie, back to you. What surprises you most about your job currently with the Hridaramani? Sorry.
Yes. Yes, it's sustainable innovations. Because as a sustainable practitioner, we should always know what is the impact from our manufacturing industry, and also we should understand the impact, and also we should discover new eco-friendly innovations or groundbreaking techniques to reduce the impact to the environment. So let me share one example in my previous working place at Haley's Fabric, one of my innovations. So here, actually, now in the previous question also, I have mentioned one of the one of the biggest challenge for the textile industry is these chemicals and dye stuffs. So I really wanted to find an alternative to these synthetic dyes. So I got this inspiration from the Sri Lankan traditional paintings. I think you all know Sigiriya. It's a hot spot in Sri Lanka. Sigiriya is a rock. It was a kingdom. So still the beautiful, colorful paintings are still there. The colors, obviously those colors, they have extracted from the nature. Thousands years back. So I was inspired from that, and I have started my research based on that. I have started extracting colors from the nature, from flowers to leaves to seeds and barks. So I have started that. But at that time, actually, I had some limitations because we work with world-renowned brands, so the quantities are pretty much high. So I had to make sure that the natural ingredient, the supply, is aligned with the demand. So I had that restrictions, limitations. So I have selected one ingredient to extract colors, that is mahogany sawdust. That is totally a waste from the Sri Lankan furniture industry. So it's there we have used the waste to fashion concept.
Yeah, I don't know for anybody. I certainly just learned this morning that that sawdust is in many people's clothing, right? In a sense,
exactly.
Right?
Yes. So I had to because we developed a method how to extract the dye stuff or the colorants from that sawdust. And also we did research how to apply those the colorants to the fabric, because normally in the conventional method the dye stuff is in the powder form. Now in here it's in a liquid form, two different states. So it was really hard for me to get the the process to apply it into the fabric, but we did it and we commercialized the product. And we commercialized for one of the top brands in the world. And not only that, actually, we did a life cycle assessment to compare the impact between the synthetic dyes and the natural dyes. So we got 36% in the GHG reduction, because I did a single impact life cycle assessment. So I got 36% positive impacts from the natural dyes compared to the synthetic dyes. So that is one of my innovations, yeah.
That's great. That's really interesting example. So this is a kind of a complex question, Gabriel, for you. Sustainability is a collective journey where cross-sectoral partnerships are critical to success. In your experience, what is your take on cross-sectoral collaboration with hotels and consumers, and how can we incentivize these collaborations and conversations that lead to an outcome and impact on the ground? And is there an example that you'd like to share?
Sure. So I think coming back to focus, right? A lot of the times, I think what happens in the world today, there are a lot of things that's not being done, or things that is not progressing as we would like. Not because of lack of resources, not because of lack of knowledge, but because the resources are not linked properly. there is definitely a lot of organizations that works in silos, and that includes a lot of our customers, because most of our customers are global organizations. They have people sitting in different corporate offices in different countries. They don't see what each others are doing, and yet they are doing their own thing. And I think it's very important. There needs to be that focus on a holistic level to understand, say for example, from a design process, say for example, how to develop our products, for example, because of the circularity principles that we subscribe to. So we make it as a point that before we create anything, we need to look at what are the possibilities to minimize materials, for example. And then if, let's say, we will have to choose, say, for example, there's no way, but you have to use plastic. What kind of plastic do you want to incorporate into products? And then at the end of life, what would happen to those materials? So there needs to be a holistic thinking instead of saying that, okay, this material is good or that material is good. But we also have to look at the context, and that's where our government engagement comes in. Because in every market that we are in, especially the bigger ones, we have government engagements. We work with the ministries of environment, the ministries of tourism, to understand the local context of what happens with waste in that country, what happens with, what are the areas of improvement, or what are the areas of focus that the government is trying to promote, because we do not want that the solutions that we roll out to our clients goes against those guidelines, for example. So there needs to be a very holistic thought process, not just in manufacturing, not just in delivering solutions. And coming back to how to incentivize collaborations, I think you need, with that holistic approach, you can then try to understand what would incentivize the behavior of different stakeholders, different participants. If you work with manufacturers, for example, of course they would want to manufacture at a lower cost. They would not want to have huge variety of items to make, and because that will bring up their costs, for example. But then when you work with, say for example, we also work with luxury and lifestyle brands, and for them it's about brand association. So the incentive for different stakeholders, different partners could mean different things, and there needs to be that clarity and again focus to understand how does all these intricacies of these relationships can be harnessed together in order for it to create values which would otherwise not be there in the first place. And you can't have that if things are done on its own, because at the end of the day, only when we get to work together cross-sectorally, right, you can create new things and creating new values that will not be there in the first place. But then that goes to the part why, like for example in our case, why we are part of the Global Compact, as well as some of the other UN agencies that we are active in. So for example, from the tourism perspective, we are working with the UNEP and UN Tourism from day one when they started their sustainable tourism initiatives. That was like 6 years ago. And back then, when they said that they come up with these initiatives, there isn't any companies that want to support from the supplier part of it. So we are very proud to say that even when the beginnings are small, even when you don't see immediate results, and it doesn't mean more business immediately for us.
Takes time, right?
Right, but further down the road, as we have been doing it consistently for 5-6 years, and we have now mapped up our overall global timeline in line with all the UN timeline up to 2030, we see that clients come to us to say that I know I can work with anyone, but I want to work with you. Why? Because of the trust. Because of the consistency that we have been putting on and delivering. And for us, it's not just making more money, but it is also what kind of meaning that we get out of this, and then how do we able to then harness all these relationships, partnerships, and all the things that we have created to date to create even bigger impact together with all our customers and stakeholders. So at the end of the day, when we look at it from that perspective on a very, very strategic level, we are able to say that in our small ways, we are contributing to Forward Faster, in a sense that we are progressing the sectors that we are in to create that momentum. And coming back to what I said at the beginning of my conversation, is about scale, it's about affordability, it's about having a business case. So it's only when we really look at it from a holistic perspective, you look at it with a long-term understanding of, yes, this is not going to be immediate, but it's a long journey. And the sad part of that is, when it's small, it's the hardest. And I think just now, just before we had this chat, right? I mean, outside we had our informal, the conversation. And I think that's what Leonie was also saying. When things are small, people are laughing at you and says, what are you doing? Why are you wasting your time? Because they didn't see it. But that's the beauty. When nobody is seeing it, nobody is competing with you. And that's the value of being sustainable, because once you are ahead, nobody wants to play the catch-up game, because they can't. Because whoever that is leading ahead, even like today, a lot of our customers, even if they think of something, they do not know whether it exists in the first place.
Right.
But what they do is that they give me a call and say, I know this is not something that is present at the moment, or maybe nobody else would have it, but what do you think about this? Or do you want to do this with us? And to me, I mean, having put in the effort of many years of work has sort of paid off in that sense,
results,
because currently we are top of the mind when it comes to sustainability. The clients would call us first, and all the partners that we work with, the moment they have ideas, we will be the first for them to call too. Because they say, I have this crazy idea. I think other people would think it's not worth talking, but I know that you are so passionate about this. And I have this thing that I thought would probably lead to something. What do you think? So again, it's a long-term game, but there needs to be that consistency and a holistic approach to understand what sort of value we can harness together as an ecosystem.
So, and all those points are very critical for sustainability in the long run as well. I know we're kind of being asked to shift to the Q&A session, but maybe we'll do one more question or two here, just as we had agreed. Maybe Leonie, can you tell us about, we'll just be a bit faster, I guess. Yeah. Can you tell us about your growth from a young sustainability professional to a group head, and how this can inspire other career sustainability leaders?
Yes, yes, I have started my journey 15 years back as a innovation executive. So in the textile industry, I had to do innovations, especially to the appearance, to improve the appearance and the finishes of the fabric. So at that time, I realized if I can add sustainability into my innovations, what would be the impact to the environment. So with that, I have started learning about sustainability, especially related to the product sustainability, life cycle assessment, impact monitoring, and biomimicry, and a lot of related to the product sustainability, and even the sustainability in the textile industry. So with that, after a few years, I became the head of sustainability at one of the fabric manufacturers in Sri Lanka. So I really wanted to wanted to transform, as I mentioned you earlier, I wanted to transform from non-green to green, conventional to sustainable. So for that, actually, I have to bridge the gap, because especially from the top management to the middle management to the shop floor level. Because most of the companies, corporates, they are failing to bridging for the transformation, mainly because in the corporate level, they do have the strategy, they have all the policies, they have everything, but it not cascaded down into the shop floor level. It's not communicated to the shop floor level. So I had to start awareness session covering the whole hierarchy, from top management to middle to the bottom. And then actually we formed a team to execute the plans, because we developed a short-term and long-term plans, because at that time we calculated or evaluated our impact especially to the environment and the society. And then we had a plan how to improve this, and short-term plans and long-term plans. And then we had a group or a team to execute and evaluate, especially weekly, monthly, and annually to evaluate what is the growth, right? So with that, actually, we were able to get good numbers within a couple of years. And then we communicated everything to our stakeholders. I think communication is also one of the key for the sustainability, because we have to communicate what we have achieved. So we have communicated it, and also the reporting and data. So we were into that reporting and data, especially the progress. Yes, so that is how we have achieved at this level.
A lot, it sounds like, for sure. And Gabriel, just a quick follow-up on what we were talking about earlier. I think you wanted to explain a little bit more about how platforms like this can foster partnerships, and what would be a good story to tell 1 year down the line.
So I think most of the people in this room, right, are either members or people who are very interested in the Global Compact, right? But I think the challenge is that how do we bring people that are not part of this, circle to be interested to say, hey, I want to be part of the Global Compact, right? So I thought one idea would be to foster greater partnerships among the companies, especially on a cross-sectoral basis, to create synergies which would otherwise not be there. But then that would be something that people would say, oh, if I'm part of the Global Compact, I could do more, not just within my sector, but in partnerships with other sectors. So I think our conversations with Leonie just now open up a lot of possibilities in terms of what can we do together.
Yeah.
And hopefully, say 1 year down the line, we could tell you what our earlier conversation progressed into.
You guys might be brokering a deal. And
yes,
I think
yes.
That might be a challenge to everybody here, to try to form more partnerships and make some deals on the sidelines of Forward Faster Now, perhaps.
Whoever that arranged this panel, I got to buy him or her lunch.
Yeah, that's right. That's of course. Just before we shift to the Q&A, quickly, Leonie, what advice would you give to aspiring sustainability leaders looking to make a significant impact in their own organizations?
Okay, so let me make it short.
Yeah.
So I think, first of all, we should have that passion for the transformation, and think out of the box. And also, we should understand the business context, the impact to the environment and the society. Yes, I think those are the main areas that we should cover as a sustainable leader.
Makes a lot of sense, for sure. I think so. We do have a little time for questions. If I don't know, are the mics being passed around? Does anybody have the microphones? Sorry, I see a question there. I think if you want to, do we have a microphone? Sorry. If you want to just go ahead and state your name and where you're from, and give your question, and we'll hopefully take a few more as well. But answer first.
Hello, everybody. I have a question to Leonie. That first of all, I'd like to thank you, all of you. And you were sharing about you are using alternative for the dyeing, the natural resources, rock, right? So if you have, do you have any plan for the payback to the nature to sustain? Because you are using natural resources, right? And if you are using more, what will be the impact of that? And have you got any idea or any plan to pay back for the nature, for the environment? Thank you.
Yes. I think our plan is to use mostly the waste into the fabrics, not the natural resources. Now I can give an example like the sawdust. So in Sri Lanka, we have developed another dyeing method from waste tea, not the tea where we can use, that is from the waste tea. So likewise, we are more into waste to fashion concept. So natural resource, but we are trying to make it into the waste to fashion concept. Yeah.
Any more questions? Let's see. Going once, going twice. Any last questions? Well, I guess we'll call it a wrap then. We've explored the concept of inspiring leadership and sustainability with two extraordinary individuals who have demonstrated exceptional commitment to creating a better world. Gabriel and Leonie, your insights have been invaluable. Your stories of innovation, perseverance, and impact, I hope, will inspire us all in different ways. And as we look forward, it's clear that the future of our planet depends on leaders who are not just driven by profit, but by a profound sense of purpose. And you guys exemplify that both really well. So let's harness the collective power of individuals, businesses, and governments to create a sustainable future where prosperity and environmental well-being coexist. It's no easy feat, but together we can transform challenges into opportunities and build a world where everyone thrives. I'd also like to note that we are excited to announce the newest group of SDG pioneers at our Leaders Summit event in New York on September 24th. I hope you all can attend and meet many of them in person. We'll have lots of other great speakers and sessions, and registration is still open. So if anybody wants to come to New York in September, you can make it happen. Thank you again to Gabriel and Leonie. Sorry, I should just say, we do have a few minutes. Any final quick rapid fire conclusions, final thoughts? If not, it's okay too.
For me, it's stay focused to forward faster.
Okay. Perfect. And Leonie?
Yes, it's sustainability leadership is not just adhering to regulations or adopting green practices. So we should make our mind and the culture and the mindset to further transformation.
Perfect. Critical, and I think both of your commitments to sustainability really inspires us to action, and that's the key word of the day, I think, one word, action. So thank you both again for joining us, and thank you all for joining us as well, both in here in person and online. And as we say, let's move forward faster together. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Can I invite all our panelists to come to the front of the stage for a quick photo. Just to recap, this session was entitled Inspiring Leadership in Sustainability and featured pioneers from Singapore and Sri Lanka. Let's give them another warm round of applause as they return to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, next in the agenda, we are very blessed to have a launch. And not just any launch, but the launch of Impact Stories Asia and Oceania region that will unveil a groundbreaking publication that showcases the remarkable sustainability initiatives and achievements of member companies from several UN Global Compact country networks across the Asia and Oceania region. For this, allow me to humbly invite Ms. Neha Das, the head of the Asia and Oceania UN Global Compact, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome as she makes her way to the stage.
I'm back again, but I will not take a lot of time. I think yesterday we had company Astro Malaysia here, and the CEO Ewan Smith was saying that statistics and data and sustainability practices are all important, but what really reaches out to the audience are stories. What is the narrative around it? What is the impact that you're creating? If you can simplify it in a story that reaches out to people, then probably you'll inspire many others to action. So, and right now at our fireside chat with SDG pioneers, we also heard their story, what drives them, what is their inspiration, what they have been doing in their companies that is impacting the communities and the practices. So in line with telling a story, over the past few months, we worked with our country networks in various countries, and we sourced some inspiring impact stories from select companies. These stories, you'll see when you get a link to the PDF because we have turned it into a publication, but they're also on our website. And we focused on the stories from the region because this is the regional convening. So very quickly, I would like to actually invite two of those storytellers, two of those companies and business leaders to come on the stage and talk about their story. And then after that, we'll keep a little bit of a suspense. When you have heard of their story from the people who have actually brought those stories to life, then we'll share with you and unveil the impact story publication, and you can go through the various stories that we have captured there. So with that, I'll probably take on the role of the MC for a moment. First and foremost, I'll invite Anna Lagon, CEO of Bayo Manila. She's also on the board of trustees of our country network in Philippines. And I heard Bayo Manila's inspiring impact story last year when I was at a similar convening in Manila. And it touched me so much that when we actually started this, sort of a project, well, it's a project when I say 4 or 5 months is just putting those stories onto the pages. But obviously, the practices have been going on for a long time, for a number of years. I couldn't but reach out to her and tell her to give us her story from Bayo Manila. What is the impact that she created? So, Anna, over to you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much, Neha. So once again, I am the CEO of Bayo, a retail fashion company from the Philippines. Thank you, everyone, for staying. I know it's quite late today, but then again, this beautiful place in Malaysia, my first time to visit. I just want to take this opportunity first to thank Malaysia, UNGC Malaysia, for the warm welcome. May I have my slide, please? So today, I am humbled and honored to share a story of resilience, creativity, and the power of collective action. We are driving sustainable development across various facets of society, and our journey is one of empowerment where ordinary people face extraordinary challenges and rise to create lasting change. During the pandemic, when the world seemed to pause, we faced a monumental challenge. How do we sustain ourselves in a highly polluting fashion industry? Ceasing production altogether would have been an easy choice for us, but it would have left a gap in the market, likely to be filled by less sustainable practices, which will perpetuate pollution. So instead, we saw an opportunity that strengthened our purpose beyond mere survival and supporting the communities that needed us most. So what we did was we reached out to the nearest community that we have, the most accessible one, ensuring that they received work despite the global difficulties. This commitment not only sustained their livelihoods, but also empowered growth within the community. So the results were truly remarkable. We doubled the number of weavers, resulting in incomes ranging from 200 to 400%. This economic boost has had a transformative impact on the quality of their lives. The number of weaving communities we support also tripled, significantly expanding our reach and impact across the region. This growth reflects our commitment to empowering more communities and creating sustainable change. We've seen substantial increase in engaged participants, with more artisans joining our initiatives and embracing sustainable practices. We've provided also medical insurance to our artisans, ensuring their health and well-being are prioritized. We have women to lead the way in this initiative, promoting gender equality and empowering female artisans to take on leadership roles within their communities. We focus on creating sustainable livelihoods, providing a living wage that ensures long-term economic stability for our weavers. By using better materials and innovative processes, we've not only enhanced the quality of our products, but also minimized our environmental impact. Our success is supported by collaborations within government agencies and private organizations, enabling our reach and amplify our impact. Our commitment to sustainability is deeply rooted in the principles of the circular economy and guided by the United Nations Global Compact. Being a participant member since 2020, we have been using the framework provided by the UNGC, which includes our alignment with the global standards such as human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. This alignment has fueled our journey, connecting us with like-minded organizations and providing immense value to our efforts. Our approach leverages technical innovations to address waste and pollution, demonstrating that mindful practices can drive social and economic progress. At this point, I'd like to now invite you to hear directly from the artisans whose lives have been transformed. Their stories of hope, pride, dignity, and resilience illustrate the profound impact of our work.
When we started working with bio, many things has changed. We also experienced using sustainable materials, natural fibers, and textile offcuts.
Hindi ko na ipagpapalit sa trabaho ko dati. Kasi po, yung kinikita ko po sa Manila, ganun din naman po yung kinikita ko dito. Hindi ko na pinoproblema yung pang araw-araw namin gastusin, pambili ng gamot ng asawa ko, tapos pang dialysis.
In terms of production, we were able to stabilize our production for weavers that makes their income increase and it also became efficient.
Ito kasing weaving, malaki yung naitutulong sa amin dahil kahit papano natatawid namin yung mga pangangailangan namin daily.
Dati, gipit na gipit kami, yung nahirap. Hirap po kami sa buhay noon. Nang napasama ko dito sa harvest, ang laking kaibahan.
Itong trabaho na to nakatulong din po para makatapos po ako ng junior high school.
Mensahe ko sa mga kababaihan na gustong mag-hobby, lumabas sila at ipakita nila yung talento na meron sila para makita rin ng mundo na ang mga babae hindi lang pangtahanan, kundi may magagawa tayo para sa ating community, para sa economy natin, at yung pasensya natin bilang babae, doon lalong aangat, lalong magbubus yung ating pagkatao.
Nagpapasalamat po ako kay Miss Ana, kay Sir Leo, kasi po, sabi ko para silang anghel na padala ng langit.
dati po, tumitingin tayo sa inspirasyon. Ngayon gawin po natin na tayo naman po mag-inspirasyon para sa iba.
I am Gino.
Ako po si Mayra Gabriel. Ako si Ana Flyda, kasama ng aking pamilya. I'm Lionel Martinez.
Ako po si Rosie Hindi Manubay, kasama ng aking mga kapatid at anak.
I'm Jenny Antabite.
And we are
able.
able.
You've just witnessed the incredible stories of our weavers who have found hope and prosperity through the sustainable livelihood opportunities provided by our Bio Foundation. Their voices echo the profound impact of weaving on their lives, showcasing not just economic growth, but a renewed sense of purpose and dignity. In a nutshell, this is what we call our very own circular economy. We ensure sustainability from sourcing materials to weaving them into fabrics, selling them and managing the waste to keep it from landfills. Bio has been tirelessly committed to these initiatives, even with a very limited budget. Every thread woven, every piece of fabric transformed, is a testament of our dedication and resilience. We operate on a shoestring, yet the results speak volumes. We demonstrate that meaningful change is possible, even in the face of financial constraints. Our journey to sustainability does not end here. With 5 to 10% of offcuts still ending up in landfills, we are closing the loop to eliminate this remaining waste. We're proud to announce the development of our floor tiles, composed of 70% residual plastic waste and 30% fabric. I have the sample here. So this is just a cut piece of that combination. Imagine how we're able to capture that waste and put it into a new form. On the screen, you can see the store, one of our stores in Bio. We're already using it. The picture also shows the fabric offcuts and the residual plastic waste. Residual, of course, we all know, are those that are not recyclable anymore. So we are undergoing testing for commercial production, and a utility patent is actually pending. So we are in this verge of development. Additionally, we're working on a prototype to convert fabric offcuts and damaged merchandise into new yarns, which will be given to our weaving communities to start the cycle of circularity. Again, just to have the tangible results, this is a fiber coming from damaged merchandise, because as a brand, we cannot sell them anymore. So we keep them in our warehouse, and also production offcuts. We're able to transform them into these fibers, and we have successfully evolved and made them into threads. These threads will be given to our weaving communities, which can already prove that we can actually close the loop. So if we perfect this project, we will be able to achieve our Journey to Zero initiative with 3 goals: zero waste, zero carbon emission, and zero for a fully circular economy. The progress is quite slow because our expertise lies in making clothes, not in materials engineering. We lack the technical know-how to swiftly convert harmful waste into new and useful materials. We face numerous obstacles from technical difficulties to the need for specialized machine. We need technical assistance to accelerate our progress and the necessary funds to purchase the required equipment. Despite these hardships, we remain resolute. Every setback is a lesson, and every challenge strengthens our resolve. We are proving that sustainability and circularity are not just lofty ideas, but achievable realities. Our recycling initiative reduces waste and create new pathways for sustainable livelihoods, reinforcing our commitment to both people and the planet. Our efforts have not gone unnoticed. We have been honored with numerous awards from various agencies, both here and across the Asia-Pacific region, recognizing our commitment to sustainability and community development, including the UNGC Philippines First SDG Awards for MSME, which we received in our second year of membership. These accolades and credibility to our mission add credibility to our mission and inspire us to continue pushing forward. Together, we are capable of creating a brighter, more sustainable future. We are not just weaving threads. We are weaving hope, resilience, and a better world. It's actually within our reach. Let us continue to inspire and support each other on this journey, showing the world with that determination of unity, sustainability, that it is not just a goal, but a reality we can all achieve. Despite the hardships, the obstacles, and challenges, we will press on with unwavering dedication. Together, we can achieve our dreams. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Ms. Anna Legon, for that amazing case study presentation. Our next case study presenter is none other than Ms. Prajina Casey, Production Manager at Formation Carpets. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving her a warm welcome as she makes her way to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to echo what Anna said and thank UNGC for giving us a platform to share our story, and UNGC Network Malaysia for hosting us in their beautiful, beautiful country. So I am Prajina Casey, the production manager at Formation Carpets, Kathmandu, Nepal. And I would like to share our story from the last 36 plus years. So Formation Carpets is a social enterprise founded by Sulochana Shrestha Shah back in 1990. We have established ourselves as a leader in the carpet industry in Nepal, but we've also established ourselves as a pioneer in integrating sustainable and socially responsible practices. So back when, in 1990, there were the carpet factories in the South Asia region were employing children to make rugs for them. Sulochana Shrestha Shah, our founder, she made sure that she established a company where child labor was completely eliminated, and we also boasted 100% women workforce at that time. And so we have been a member of Global Compact since 2003, and also Global Compact Best Practice in 2006. We've also signed up to Forward Faster, and our initiatives are gender equality, where we pledge for equal pay for work of equal value by 2030, and living wages, where we aim to establish a joint action plan with contractors, supply chain partners, and other key stakeholders to work towards achieving living wages and or living incomes with measurable and time-bound milestones. So at its peak, Formation Carpets employed about 500 weavers at their facility, at their production facility, and they were, we boasted 90% plus women workforce at that time. We started as 100, but we also had to employ men workforce for the heavy lifting activities that we had to do. So, and after a decade and a half earlier, because of the Maoist insurgency, the civil war that we had in our country, we almost closed down, but then we also survived, and now we employ 1,000 plus people indirectly through our supply chains. All female workforce is the heart of our management and operations, with our founder, Sulochana Shrestha Shah, being a woman, our CEO being a woman, and I run the head of operations and production. So our initiatives all align with the SDGs that we follow in our company. So our initiatives also include hygiene programs, health insurance, retirement plans, and paid maternity leave for our employees. So efforts are designed to create a supportive and inclusive workplace, promoting gender equality and enabling women to thrive professionally and also personally. Social enterprise, that is Formation Carpets, the profits of the company were actually used to award full scholarships to the children of the employees, especially the weavers of the company, and where they were given free high school education as well. So while also providing daycare facilities for the preschool kids. And this was facilitated by our sister concern, a non-profit organization, Hoste Haise, which means heave ho in English. And these children are now working as managers in our company as well. So Hoste Haise now primarily focuses on providing education to the marginalized community, marginalized children in the southern part of Nepal, Sarlahi, Janakpur. And so that is what we've been doing through Hoste Haise as well. At Formation Carpets, we also recognize the urgent need for climate action. We are committed to reducing our environmental footprint and promoting sustainable practices in our operations. Our hand-knotted rugs and weaving processes prioritize the use of natural dyes and sustainable materials, minimizing the use of harmful chemicals and reducing waste. By adopting eco-friendly production methods, we can contribute to the global effort to combat climate change and protect our planet for future generations. Our founder, Sulochana Shrestha Shah, also started Goodweave with Nobel Peace Prize laureate Kailash Satyarthi back in 2014. Kailash Satyarthi, he fought child labor in India, while our founder, Sulochana Shrestha Shah, she fought child labor in Nepal. Goodweave is a pioneering initiative that certifies that carpet manufacturers adhere to child labor-free practices. Goodweave inspects and certifies that our products are free from child labor after rigorous inspection. This certification allows us to display a certified logo, affirming our commitment to ethical practices. based on that, our founder also won the US-based Advocate for Human Rights Awards back in 1997. By investing in education, we are also breaking the cycle of poverty and empowering the next generation. This commitment to education is reflected by a young intern at Formation Carpets who actually began working in a carpet factory at the age of 9 because of financial constraints. So Goodweave Certification Nepal, Goodweave Nepal rescued her, provided a decade of education and support, and transformed her life by opening up new opportunities. So now she is planning to go to Germany for her future education. So that's a proud moment for us. Now, in terms of being more sustainable and making a difference, we've also started an income generation program in the southern part of Nepal where our hosting ICA schools are. So our income generation program, it is for the mothers and sisters and aunts of the children who study at our school. So that is also 100% women empowered income generation program. And through this initiative, we provide training to women in the marginalized communities, equipping them with valuable weaving skills. This not only preserves the traditional craftsmanship of rug making, but also provides a source of income for many families. The impact of this program goes beyond economic benefits. It also empowers grassroots level women, freeing them from the social shackles of male dominance. So I was personally in Sarlahi 2 months back, and the women there are so happy to earn just mere $22 a month when the standard minimum wage of the country in Nepal right now is USD dollars 129. So they're extremely happy to be earning less than 20% of the minimum wage. And the reason for their happiness, it also lies in the independence and self-reliance that they gain from showing their husbands and families that they are also capable of earning, and as always being opposed to confined to the kitchen and the fields. So this sense of empowerment and independence is transformative, challenging traditional gender roles and fostering a more equitable society. Because we believe that it shouldn't be business first, but also about helping people and making an impact. The impact story of Formation Carpets is one of hope, resilience, transformation, and through our commitment to initiatives of UN Global Compact Forward Faster Now, we are creating a better future for our employees, their families, and the communities we serve. Our journey is far from over, and we remain dedicated to driving positive change and contributing to the achievement of these initiatives and SDGs. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to continuing this journey towards a more equitable and sustainable world with all of you. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Regina Casey, Production Manager at Formation Carpets. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen from our two case study presenters what an impact the work has done towards the Bayo Manila Incorporated and Formation Carpets. If you have any questions, I'm sure they are more than happy to answer your queries. And now, for the launch of Impact Stories. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, I think we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Yes. That being said, I would like to invite Ms. Neha Das, Head of Asia and Oceania, UN Global Compact, as well as Mr. Wayne Bolt, Head of Communications, UN Global Compact, to the stage. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Those were very inspiring stories, and there's so many other stories that we have collected and will continue to collect. So if you have a story to tell, do reach out to us, and we would love to feature it so that it can inspire others and it can inspire us. So for this grand unveiling, well, this is the impact story. And if you look at this QR code, because we should go digital and print less, so probably we have just 1 or 2 copies. You scan the QR code and you will be able to go to the link of the PDF. I also wanted to give a special thanks to Win and his team. As you know, he's the head of our communications team in the UN Global Compact. And his team was very instrumental in getting all this done. So Win, join me on the stage for...
I'd like to invite Mr. Wayne and Ms. Neha to the center of the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. The launch of Impact Stories, Asia and Oceania region. As mentioned, the QR code is available on the screen. Let's give them another round of applause as they return to their seats. And now, we have good news for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, as it is lunchtime. Lunch is served at the atrium, the same location where lunch was served yesterday. We have 3 parallel sessions after lunch. In this very hall, we will host Innovating for Impact, AI and Sustainability in the Asia and Oceania region. There are 2 additional sessions being hosted at the Level 2 East Wing, an information session and a joint session by UNGC and UNFCCC, the NDCs, and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement with the private sector. For your information, the caterers for lunch is Pika Eats, which is a social enterprise that supports refugees in the Malaysian diaspora. So by you eating lunch from Pika Eats, you are making a difference, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch, bon appetit, and see you for our next sessions at 1:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting very soon. We trust that you had a good lunch. Can I invite everyone to kindly fill in the seats at the front, please, except for the first row, as those seats are reserved for VIPs as well as speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, just a housekeeping announcement. A delegate from this conference has dropped their car key. If it is your car key, kindly claim it later at the registration counter, please. Much appreciated. That's a secret, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, another housekeeping announcement. There is a Realme phone at the registration counter as well. So we've got a car key and a Realme phone at the registration counter. This is not a lucky draw. And now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. How was lunch? If lunch was good, can we get a thumbs up? All right. We're just going to set the mood a bit. The sessions after lunch always tend to be a bit more challenging. That being said, we're going to play a bit of a cheer game. All right? When I say hey, can you say ho? Hey? Hey? Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the next session? That being said, we've spoken a lot within the realm of sustainability. Up next, we are talking about AI and sustainability, specifically innovating for impact, AI and sustainability in the Asia and Oceania region. This session will examine the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in addressing potential social and pressing environmental challenges. With the Asia Pacific facing issues such as climate change, resource depletion, and urbanization, innovative technologies like AI offer new avenues for sustainable development. For this, we are blessed to have with us Mr. Kugantaran Vasantakumar from Tata Consultancy Services to set the scene for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving Mr. Kugantaran a warm welcome.
This is the clicker. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think the MC mentioned that this is the toughest session, and then they put AI there, and then they put ESG there. that, when I was doing some preparation for the session, AI is, of course, a very new topic. And then when you put ESG in there, you find that there is so limited use case, so limited information really available for this topic. But nevertheless, I'll take you through these slides. Wait, let me see if it's changing. Okay. So, so my name is Kugan, and I'm from TCS. TCS is the IT arm for the Tata Group in India, and we have around 600,000 plus employees worldwide. Okay. So in TCS, we have this tagline. We call it, "The future is AI, the future is human." And the reason why we have such a tagline is whenever we talk about AI, we talk about AI is going to replace your job, AI is going to take over, there are going to be less people, there are going to be robots, like almost like a scene from the Terminator movie. And everyone who speaks to me about AI, they'll say, "Do you think my job will be replaced by AI?" And so at TCS, when we say the future is AI, the future is human, we look at AI in partnership with humans. So it goes together and it grows together. So it's not something where we want AI to start replacing all human jobs and so on, right? Okay, just go to the next slide. Okay, so in TCS, we conducted the TCS AI for Business Study 2024 early this year. It's published on our website. You can have a look at it. And when we look at it, you'll find that globally right now, about 59% of corporate functions have already implemented some form of AI in their organization. So this is, when I say implemented, it's not completed, but in the process of completion. And about 34% of organizations are looking to implement something. Okay, they're still maybe researching and coming up with some ideas. Okay, and IDC also recently published some information about where the AI is in terms of Asia and Oceania, right? So you find that they have 4 key categories, which is the explorer category, practitioner, innovator, and leader. And you'll find countries like Indonesia and Malaysia falling in the explorer category. Explorer is more of countries which are maybe experimenting with AI, maybe doing some POCs and so on. So when it comes to practitioner, these are where they have done some successful implementations, but these are more like, okay, I have this problem which is already ongoing, let me just plug some AI in there. So that's kind of where a practitioner is. Innovator, in this case, would be Australia, Japan, South Korea, where they have already successfully implemented many use cases of AI, okay, and they are now looking to introduce new industry cases for AI. And the leader of the pack is none other than Singapore, right? So Singapore has a very AI-first, data-ready culture, okay? And they are looking at more disruptive approach towards AI, and there's a very strong support from leadership, and they already have established processes in place. So the leader of the pack right now, they are spearheading with new disruptive use cases for AI. Okay. And when we talk about AI, right, a lot of people are familiar with, I think, ChatGPT. I think almost everyone knows ChatGPT. You have Copilot, and these are very common use cases right now for individuals and organizations. So this, when you group AI, this would be Gen AI or generative AI, right? But you would find that actually only 19% of spend is now being focused on Gen AI, whereas another 81% of spend by corporation is focusing on predictive AI and also interpretive AI. So predictive AI would be something where I use AI to analyze historical data, all right, and then see if I can get new insights, new information. And when it comes to interpretive AI, you'll find that using AI to establish or maybe scan a particular trend. So recently I bumped into a CEO for a startup, medical startup in India, where they are using AI to interpret X-ray scans, scans from the medical scan to have early identification for cancer and so on. So this is an example of how AI is being used in terms of interpretive AI. Okay, so I'll introduce some example of use cases when it comes to AI. There aren't very much at the moment, okay. Generally, these are the common use cases for AI. So you'd find image analysis, I think this is quite common. Virtual assistants are also everywhere. Predictive analytics, okay. Machine learning is where we input as much information as we can and then get the the AI system to learn. Self-driving technology is not just car, but anything which you can help to self-drive using AI. And natural language processing is where you have AI being able to interpret, to translate, to modify language and so on. So these are very common use cases. But when it comes to sustainability, really you have AI addressing environmental challenges. Okay, so these are more where AI is used to monitor, you mitigate pollution, deforestation, even climate change. So this is one part of where AI is being used. And the other one is optimizing resources, right? So this is where, how can I use AI to improve my allocation, reduce my waste, my energy consumption? So these two very common use cases, eventually it's leading towards some form of innovation in sustainable technologies and kind of fostering a sustainable future. So I have a couple of use cases here. The first one is from TCS itself. We have a tool called TCS Zero Carbon. This tool is a digital tool which helps organizations to measure and their ESG reporting and so on. So you can use it to track your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. There are a lot of already inbuilt automations in there. So what we did was we introduced the Zero Carbon Digital Assistant, right? So this is powered by AI. And when you go in there and when you're doing your reporting, depending on what role you're logging in as, the tool will be able to guide you towards your reporting. If there's missing information, it starts prompting you and eventually helps you to even write and generate your sustainability report. And when you're then reporting on various different standards, the tool will also, the assistant will help you and guide you into preparing those kind of reports. So this is an example of what I earlier mentioned, the digital assistant part, right, in AI. Another very common use case right now for AI is precision agriculture. Okay, so this is very famous in Europe and also in some larger agri companies around the APAC region. All right. See, we have satellite data which is available historically for many, many years back. All right. So all this data is sitting there. Now with AI, I'm now able to analyze this data. All right. And then start look at trends and start predicting diseases, start seeing whether which areas potentially may have less water in the crops and so on, and ultimately see how to improve the entire yield. So there's one startup in Malaysia which I also work with. It's part of our program with Petronas called Seed Lab. So this startup is also now implementing this, but focusing on smallholder farmers in Malaysia. So farmers which normally would not have access to such technology, we are trying to make this technology available to them and see whether by using AI, we can improve their crops, improve their yield and so on. So this is one very common use case. If you just Google through, you'll be able to find lots and lots of information on this. Okay, when it comes to recommendations, right? You see right now, a lot of organizations, when I mentioned earlier, are in the early stage, the explorer practitioner stage. And there's a lot of hesitancy in implementing AI. So if you look at this IDC research, and the most common issue when it comes to implementing AI in terms of sustainability and ESG would really be the carbon emissions and the infra and the waste which comes out of it. You see, because AI is powered by computers and not just just those small computers we have, but it's powered by huge machines which consume lots and lots of electricity and lots of power. So a lot of people I meet was like, I want to be more green, but using AI is kind of counterproductive because I'm using something which is emitting a lot of carbon, right? So this is a lot of fear in a lot of organizations which they want to limit the use of it, but it's something which eventually you'll need to find a balance between using AI and also being able to be carbon neutral. Skip this. Okay, so in TCS, we've got this 5 method if you would look to implement AI in your organization. I mean, you can read it, but the first thing we want to look at is focusing on value. So whenever I look at implementing AI, I will want to see, okay, how this AI can be plugged into my existing business model, my existing value chain, and see how I can grow from there, right? Okay, and then adopt a more strategic approach, okay, which means which areas would I want to focus and implement AI on. And the one problem I think a lot of organizations have when it comes to implementing AI would be, is my organization, the culture, is it ready for AI? Is it an AI-ready company? So shifting your organization towards having it have an AI culture, I think that's critical because you can introduce some new technology and then next minute it's severely abused and then it kind of brings you the opposite effect of what you want, okay? And you see, when I look at plan for success and not scarcity, right? Just want to touch on this where I brought up the point earlier. Whenever we speak about AI, it's always about how can I reduce my job, how can I save money, how can I cut jobs, and when I cut jobs, I spend less and thus I got more profit. So that means I'm doing well. But in TCS, we like to look at it where rather than plan for looking at scarcity, right? How can AI now create new job roles? How can I extend my revenue? How can I grow my revenue with AI? And how can I bring in more people and grow the company? So this is kind of an approach we take with a lot of our customers because the first conversation on the table is always, hey, you got AI, right? Can I make all of this automated? I'll cut 1,000 jobs, I'll save this much money, and then my profit source. But we like to take the other approach. Okay, you have this much, now with AI, whether it's in your sustainability side or whether it's in any side, now how can I take AI, add more roles, make the existing roles more efficient, and then take my revenue higher? So this is kind of the way we are working with our clients and also how we recommend as an approach for all the existing organizations. Okay, so with that, I would like to just end my short introduction. I'm sure you'll have a little bit more in-depth discussions on AI and tech in the upcoming panel session. I'll be around if you have any questions. Please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kugantarun, for that brief yet informative presentation. As mentioned, if you have any questions directed to Mr. Kugantarun, you may do so later. For now, I would like to invite our esteemed panel, starting with Ms. Shirin Kujur, Principal Program Manager, Sustainability Within and Beyond TVS Motors. Dr. Sumitra Nair, Senior Director and Group Head of Sustainability, Telecom Malaysia. Mr. Virendra Shella, Executive Officer, Omron Corporation and President of Omron Management Center, Asia Pacific. And the moderator for the session is none other than Ms. Farida Iskandar, Head, Southeast Asia, Copperleaf Technologies. Ms. Farida, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Everyone can hear me, I hope so. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here and welcome to this panel discussion entitled Innovating for Impact, AI and Sustainability in the Asian Oceania region. So I'll briefly introduce myself before getting the panel members to say a little bit more about themselves and their organizations. So my name is Farida Iskandar. I lead Southeast Asia for Copperleaf Technologies. We're a software company focused on providing decision analytics for critical infrastructure organizations, for instance, transportation, utilities, telecoms, etc. And we do this by providing value-based decision-making approach, so companies can decide where and when to invest, spend their capital and resources in the most optimized fashion. Using a broad definition of value, where financial value is, of course, important, but we bring in sustainable outcomes, risk, and performance KPIs as well. So I'm very pleased to be joined by three esteemed members on the panel here, and thank you for the introduction to this session by Mr. Kugan for providing, I guess, a bit of a baseline, some key definitions, and some broad use cases that we hope to get into a little bit more in this session. If I can ask in turn, Mr. Virendra, Dr. Sumitra, and Ms. Shireen to introduce themselves, their organizations, before we get into our discussion today. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, you're still awake, which is very, very good. My name is Virendra. It's a very difficult Indian name, so I won't mind if you forget it after 5 minutes. So to remember it, you just call me V Rain. It rained yesterday in Malaysia, so V Rain is the easier one to remember. Now I work for Omron. Let me just introduce Omron a little bit first before I introduce myself. Now, Omron is very popular for blood pressure monitors and thermometers. How many of you actually bought blood pressure monitor? Oh, very good. Thank you for your business. Really appreciate it. I hope you bought the blood pressure monitor for proactive reasons. If you bought it for proactive reasons, definitely thank you for the business. If you bought it for a reactive reason, then you're too late to buy it. So maybe after this commercial break, let me just introduce myself. My name is Virendra. I work for Omron for last 10 years. I am doing two roles currently. Firstly, my role is to look after global HR strategy. And the second, so reporting into our CHRO. The second role that I do is I'm head of Asia Pacific. We have around 4 factories, 5,600 plus people in Asia. From a global point of view, we have 4 businesses. We are known majorly for our medical business, but our main business is factory automation. So 50% of our revenues comes from PLCs, sensors, and those kind of technologies. That's one. The second part is healthcare, as I said. The third business is electromechanical components, which is if you go to any machines, washing machines and so on, when you press the button to switch on, there is a relay behind. So we produce relays, small electronic components. And the last business, predominantly in Japan, called social solutions business. So if you go down to in Japan, if you go down to an MRT, you will see an auto gate system. So most of the auto gates are from Omron. You don't see big Omron there, but small little thing written somewhere at the bottom of the device. And we are the ones who actually invented auto gate systems. We are the ones who also invented traffic light monitoring system. So that's a quick background about Omron and myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Viren. I was thinking, how do I top We Rain, right? So mine is Sue Me. Don't sue me. So Sumitra is my name. So yeah, just a bit of just to keep everybody awake, right? We have the graveyard shift, as what we were joking earlier. Sumitra, and I'm the Senior Director and Head of Sustainability at TM. TM is the operating entity of Telekom Malaysia Berhad, which has been around for close to 80 years. And our primary role is as the national connectivity and digital technology provider of the country. We started off as very much a telephony provider back in the day, but we've evolved. So today we also provide both fixed and mobile internet services. We have a business solutions arm that provides a range of digital solutions ranging from cloud, IoT, big data, and so on and so forth. We also have a global connectivity business, which offers, so TM Global is another arm we have, which offers global connectivity to just around the world through our more than 340,000 kilometers of undersea submarine cables and data centers as well. And we also have an entertainment arm in the form of Unify TV. So if you have Unify TV, that's also us. So it's a pretty diverse communications technology company. And we continue to evolve, and sustainability is a big part of all that we do. In fact, it is part of our mission. It's about humanizing technology and communications, and doing that in a way that is accessible to as many Malaysians as possible, in a way that is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So from Omron to telecommunication to infra, I am Shireen. I represent a company called TVS Motor. We are an India-based MNC. We are actually in the business of manufacturing two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Presence across 80 countries across the globe in a business which is exciting. And we provide all kind of mobility solutions, be it from two-wheeler transport to upcoming new transport, which we don't want to talk about it right now. But yeah, and apart from two-wheeler, we are also into digital communication. We are trying to look at AI integration with transport industry to make it safe and sustainable. We are also in infrastructure business and also in the financial business, which supports our business. And like Sumitra said, sustainability is part of the vision which we have. So we offer exciting mobility solutions which are safe, sustainable, and makes us responsible. So that's TVS Motors.
Thank you very much, the three of you. So just to give the audience, I guess, a bit of a heads up about this session and to try to entice you to get involved a little bit more, we have roughly 54 minutes for this conversation. And really what we want to do is explore how each organization represented here today is leveraging AI to advance sustainable development. I do have a number of questions for our panel members, but I would love to involve the audience as much as possible. So as you're listening to the conversation, please get some questions ready. I will have hopefully a couple of points in the discussion where I will be looking to the crowd to ask some questions to our panel members. All right, so to set the scene before we dive in, AI has emerged as a transformative force across various sectors, offering unprecedented opportunities to enhance sustainable development. Now, we use AI as a collective term for technologies that can sense their environment, think, learn, and take action in response to what they're sensing and their objectives. In the context of Asia and Oceania region, AI's potential to drive sustainable practices, optimize resource utilization, and improve socio-economic outcomes is vast. What we're here to explore in this session is through real-world examples from the private sector, how AI technologies can be leveraged to address critical environmental, economic, and social challenges, and thereby accelerating the journey towards sustainable development in this region. So to start us off, I'd like to ask each panel member the same question. And really, this is to help to build a picture of AI's role and positioning in sustainable development according to their own vantage points today. And hopefully we'll get a broad range of answers. You've heard that we have a pretty diverse set of industries here today. So maybe I can start with Virendra. So how does Omron view the intersection between digital transformation, more broadly, and sustainable development?
To understand Omron, probably I have to go a little bit back to look at what is Omron's principles all about. Basically, when we talk about sustainability, of course, the SDGs were launched in 2012. But in 1959, our founder actually made that established a principle where we said that every company exists to help the society. So our main mission is to improve lives and contribute to a better society. That's where we start. And the whole idea behind it is that we are in the business of solving social issues. If we are not solving social issues, the society don't need us. And if the society don't need us, we don't have business. But at the end of the day, we are not a social enterprise either. We are a for-profit company. But with our solutions, we are trying to solve business issues. So I would say sustainability, in a way, is embedded in our Omron principles itself. Now, one of the key values that we drive through is innovation driven by social needs. So when I say innovation driven by social needs, we are looking at what will be the social problems of the future and what kind of technologies will be required to solve those. So looking at technology has always been a part of our DNA, I would say. And I'll share one example with you, and this is a literature that is available on our website. In 1970s, our founder actually went to this World Future Congress, 1970s, and he presented a theory called SINIC theory, okay? SINIC, seed, impetus, need, innovation, cyclic evolution. It's a mouthful to remember, but the whole idea was that the world is evolving. There are three things that we need to look at. Technology continues to evolve, you like it or not, right? The Googles, the Microsoft, the Apples are going to make technology better and better, you like it or not. Society is also changing. The demands of the society are changing. Society is also evolving, right? So when we look at technology, when we look at society, we also look at science. So these are the three things that are continuing to push the boundaries. And as science evolves, technology evolves, society demands evolves, the problems that we are facing will also change. So the problems that we had in the past, 10, 15 years ago, are very different from the problems that we have now. So all we are looking at is, how do we innovate to solve future social problems? So that's where we are heading. So if I step back a little bit, 30th November 2022, that's when ChatGPT was launched. It's not even November 2024 yet. If I say that I'm an AI expert, I must be bluffing, right? So don't believe anything that I say, because it is just an experience from one company perspective, what we are doing. So I'm here to share with you practical examples of what Omron is doing. Will that solve all the problems of the world? Probably not. But we are trying to solve certain problems of the world using the technology. So AI is something that we are trying to adopt continuously in our product side. And we are also looking at what are the social issues. So if you look at, again, Omron's side, there are three big social issues that we look at. Number one, digitization is going to happen. It is happening. So we need to provide solutions towards digitization. Carbon neutrality is something that everybody is talking about. How can we as a company solve that carbon neutrality problem? And then aging is another issue that we are looking at. So how do we look at life expectancy and graceful aging? So how can we solve these three big problems through our technology? And in that process also make money for our shareholders and all that. So we are looking at solving social issues. So I would say we are in a business of solving social issues by adopting new technologies continuously in our product and our processes as we go along. That's where we are right now. So that's how I see Omron trying to be more of a linkage to AI and sustainability, because solving social issues is also, in a way, we are trying to help with sustainability for the world. That's where we are.
Thank you, and I think we can all sort of resonate with that. If I can ask the same question to Ms. Shireen first. So just to repeat that, how does your organization view the intersection between digital transformation more broadly and AI more specifically, and sustainable development?
So for us in TVS, the history, we are more than a decade old. So 125 years is approximate the legacy of TVS. And the journey of TVS, actually, if you go back and study the journey, it started with something called predictive analysis, because the founder, Mr. TVS Iyengar, he started a bus journey in a small village in South. And that bus used to come at 8 o'clock, and people used to get onto the bus, pay, and that was valued. But what he did was, before the bus used to move, he used to have these bullock carts running with a magnet, which used to ensure that the nails are picked up and there is no puncture. So that was his thought, that if you predict that there is a nail, the bus is going to get delayed. So I will lose value for the service I'm providing. So that is where the beginning or the genesis of predictive analysis started in TVS, and that legacy is still continuing. Now we are in a business of providing solutions, transport, and we have people who are from all the age groups. So how do you make it exciting? You have the generation of the grandfathers, so you need to give them very safe mobility and give them safe study. But at the same time, you have the Gen Zs. So Gen Zs are more, music, high tech. So how can I integrate AI into that? So it's like part of the whole core of the business that we are today operating. And we try to ensure that, customer, who's the base and for which we realize, and transport is just not a business, but it's a social solution, and that's where I, say yes, I abide by what your founders said, that you're a business of providing solution to a social problem. Transport is, again, we are in the business of providing that social. And we have survived because we learned to adopt and adapt. So it was not to mitigate, but we started adapting to the changing technology, whether it meant that we changed the design of a vehicle or we integrate new features. That was when, and how did that happen? It was just not, the customer said, it was through a process of, I would say, a machine learning process and using AI technology. It may not be ChatGPT, but yes, we went back and we always constantly go back to a drawing board. And that's how we have been engraving the ethos of sustainability into our product. And that then later vibed into the people who are there. Because once the product is sustainable, we realize that, people need to get. So a lot of investment in people, a lot of investment in how we are trying to ensure that we use these technologies to ensure the quality efficiency and the line efficiency. So it started flowing from the very founder who established this company. And that's how, today we are talking about AI, but I don't think he was aware of something called AI when he started this service. So it's something which is there, but again, I would not say it's totally there, but it's still evolving. So it's a growth journey in TVS.
Yep. Thank you. So already we're seeing themes of evolution, problems are changing, solutions are changing. Dr. Sumi, may I ask you the same question?
Yeah, I think the patterns are somewhat similar in that sense. Quite different because Telekom Malaysia was not founded by an entrepreneur. It was it evolved from a government department actually to fulfill a public need, public service. But over the years, it has evolved. Today, we are a public listed company. And so obviously the needs of our shareholders, stakeholders have also evolved. Coming back to your question, yes, very much so. Sustainability, as I mentioned earlier, is at the heart of who we are as a company, right? And last year, actually, we've established a new corporate strategy looking at our aspirations to become a digital powerhouse by the year 2030. And so one of the core pillars of that strategy enshrines how we view sustainability, in that we want to pioneer industry growth through sustainability and digitization, right? So it'll be hand in hand. Really, you can't kind of have one without the other, digitalization and sustainability. So it's very, and as we do this, and I think when I use the word digitization there, it's a broader term. But as we do this, we are constantly on the lookout for what are the new technologies. And so AI is definitely one of the key focus areas that we have moving forward. And so how can we make our services more robust and more user-friendly, more simplified, more humanized, right? As we progress. Now, in terms of sustainability, how we see ourselves is as a key enabler, right? So we see ourselves enabling a more digitalized Malaysia, a more digitalized nation, and we do that through our solutions by enabling a more, making sure our network is stable, making sure our customer experience is excellent. So being that solution provider, also going a step further and identifying what our customers' sustainability goals are and how can our technology and solutions help them address their sustainable goals. So that's one big part of how we view it. And while we do that and enable growth, we also must make sure that we keep our house clean. And so that's the second bit, which is to ensure that we build that resilience, right, against climate change, against environmental changes. But at the same time, we also need to ensure that while we drive digitization technology forward, our people are addressed. Yeah? So we make sure that they are adequately skilled and that we are a fair employer and so on and so forth, so that we continue to attract and retain the best talents. And then, of course, last but not least, which is the most fundamental, is technology is also used to ensure that we have good governance, right? So that's also very much supported, because as a telco provider, obviously we hold tons and tons of data. And so cybersecurity, data privacy are big issues that we think about. And so increasingly we look at how do we use technology, automation, and so on in making sure that we maintain robust systems and databases as well. So that's how we view sustainability at TM, and how technology plays a role almost every step of the way in whatever we do.
Great, thank you very much. And if I can stay with you, Dr. Sumi, for my next question. You spoke about TM being a key enabler in society. You've mentioned customers, you mentioned also internal stakeholders. Can you talk a little bit more about just how TM collaborates with other companies, other organizations, other stakeholders to drive this innovation?
Sure. So I want to share perhaps two perspectives, because I think when we talk about AI, we must remember that not everybody has access to AI, right? Like what Viren mentioned, it is new. It is very new. And so there are probably, various parts of the spectrum, right from people who have no access to those who are, as what Kohan showed earlier, right? The more advanced guys who are already having those scalable models. So really for us, we kind of play somewhere perhaps in the early part of the life cycle and somewhere in the middle. So if we look at the early part of the life cycle, TM has 400,000 SME customers. Many of these SME customers don't have access to AI, right? They may have it through perhaps your whatever free tools and so on and so forth, but it's not something that is scalable. So that's where we have a big focus around, before you even take them to AI, they need to have the fundamentals. And so we work a lot with government agencies as well as private sector partners to help the micro SMEs, perhaps who are in the most earliest stage of this life cycle, to adopt digital solutions. And so what I mean by that is not just your e-commerce, which I think a lot of us do, but going beyond that, because if you're talking about AI, you need to think about your cloud solutions, you need to think about, having just access to that kind of storage space. You can't be investing in servers and so on. So cloud solutions, And as you start to put a lot of your data out there, then security becomes important of that information. So offering cybersecurity solutions and coaching them along the way, and sort of not just selling the solution and leaving it, but we also kind of like provide assistance to make sure they understand, they get trained. We are a partner to the government's grants on SME digitalization, and so we bring together an ecosystem of partners to help them do that. And we see that as foundational, because only as they start to embrace digitalization, I think, can they even start thinking about how to use more intelligent, smarter technologies to automate. That's one end. And then as further along, we do work with various state governments as well as private enterprises to look at smart solutions across various sectors that contribute towards the SDGs in the area of healthcare, in the areas of agriculture and so on, where we've looked at piecing together the connectivity part that we bring in, but with IoT solutions, with AI and big data analytics to help farmers to improve their yields, through better irrigation, fertigation, and so on, using machine learning. Even with healthcare, we've started to get into pilots which improve patient experience in hospitals, and so on and so forth. So those are perhaps the two big areas that we're starting to work with various parties to pilot, to test, and to drive. Perhaps the smarter solutions is more of a pilot stage right now, but with the MSME digitalization, we have been pretty successful. So that is, has built a lot of traction and moving along quite quickly. So as we journey through our AI process, I think we will also be looking at how do we bring the MSMEs, the micro SMEs, along on this journey with us. That's the aspiration. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sumi. Mr. Viren, if I can ask you a similar question, and going back to solving social issues, very big sort of aspiration statement there. I'd love to get you to elaborate a little bit more how you collaborate with other partners, other stakeholders in order to do that.
Sure. See, basically, as a company, we need to collaborate with two different groups, if I broadly divide. One is external group, and you can call about anybody out there. So let's take an example of external group, and you guys will probably agree that there were 27 or 28 people sitting somewhere in the corner, did some programming, and it completely revolutionized SMS technology. Nobody uses SMS anymore. Everybody goes with WhatsApp, right? So these were like, 20-odd people sitting somewhere in the corner made an entire technology obsolete. So I'm sure there are some 20 people sitting somewhere working on AI that is going to make something obsolete. And this is going to affect big companies. So from our point of view, when we look at engaging with external parties, we are actually very much looking forward to work with people who are doing something different, something new in different technologies. And these are all startups. Of course, we don't want to give our brand name to them, because if it fails, it affects us a lot. So definitely we are working a lot closely with many startups. And we are also investing. So we have Omron Venture Capital as a company that looks into investing into future technologies. And in some cases, we give our technology to them. So we have mobile robots, for example. And we invite people to say that we have a mobile robot. Whatever solution you want to put on top of that, please go for it. And some startups are very cheeky, I would say. They would say, can you open up that black box and give me the entire technology inside? Which, of course, is a bread and butter for us, which we cannot. So we say, we give you a black box, but on top of that, whatever you want to do and use it for, please go for it, and we will help you. So there are times we use external parties to come in. We also work very closely with academia to check what is the future they see from their point of view, and we do collaborative efforts. Now let's bring it in-house, and probably many of the members sitting here would be wondering, like, when you bring AI, not everybody in a company is going to use AI. I mean, if you go to a shop floor, what has AI got to do with a guy who is doing a day-to-day production, right? And is AI really useful for them? That's one part. The second part is there are employees at a certain level within the organization, at a certain, I should say, even use the word age factor, that are scared of technology. So what we are trying to do is, we started an initiative called Dextra It's our name for digital transformation, where we have started educating our workforce itself by providing them small educational training programs. So for example, uh, we were donkey years behind, we were using Lotus Notes for a long time. And when you move from Lotus Notes into Microsoft O365, it's all online, it's very different. You just look at the Outlook, it sometimes scares you how many things are there out there. So we started training people on adopting to these technologies slowly, which helps them improve productivity. The second part we started doing is now going towards Power BI and things like that. So people who are interested. At the same time, now we are doing a sandbox type of a technology where we said, okay, we are going to purchase an AI. Okay, let me step back for a minute. We don't stop our employees from using ChatGPT or Gemini or anything. You can use it, but the only thing we tell them is please don't put any confidential Omron data on that public platform. Can we control it? We believe in our people. That probably they are not doing it. Okay. Now, there are people who are very excited about AI in the company, and especially young ones who really want to go and do something about it. And if you don't give them that technology, we never know what they can achieve. So we created a sandbox kind of an environment where we are purchasing licenses. And the idea was raise your hand if you want to experiment with it. And people who raise their hands, we have, of course, limited budgets and stuff. We said, okay, raise your hands, we will invest in it. And actually, there were 20 projects that were done using this sandbox kind of environment, and all 20 of them were shared with our board members and at the senior most level to show what AI can do. So we are still experimenting with it and trying to check what the technology can bring to solve problems internally, but also problems externally. So in a way, as a company, we try to work on both fronts. Now, the fun part is, I'll share with you two examples. In our Ayabe factory, we actually we signed up for something called as EP100. That means we want to double our production using the same amount of energy. So literally, we are kind of saving energy the other way around. And compared to 2010, currently we are actually 60% there. So we are using 60%, the target is achieved by 60%, that's what I would say, compared to 2010. That means our production has gone 60% higher with the same energy consumption at this point in time. And these are the solutions we designed together with university people, with our own engineers, with our R&D, and we experiment with our own factories. So our factory kind of becomes a showcase for other people to come and see. Now, the other things that we are experimenting with, and this is an example from Singapore I will share with you, especially healthcare. If there are any, I'm sure there are business owners here and some professionals probably, hopefully from HR side. Imagine a worker comes to your factory or to your office and suddenly has a heart attack. I actually I actually experienced that in my previous life. As an HR head, when somebody came in, had a heart attack, it was such a painful experience, and it just creates a completely wrong environment in the office, isn't it? Talented guy, got a heart attack, we had to run to the hospital, could not recover for 1.5 years. We managed that. Now, to avoid that problem, we did an experiment. What in Omron is, in a very secluded corner, we put a weighing machine and a blood pressure monitor. So every individual that walk in, they can log in, measure their weight, especially when there are ladies, we don't want to go near that weighing machine. We stay away from it. And blood pressure. And then the entire data for blood pressure as your weighing scale goes to a doctor. Doesn't come to HR, goes to a doctor. And this is a real case where one of our individuals who came to the office measured his weight and blood pressure, and the data went to the doctor, and doctor immediately called him saying that you must come to the clinic right now because your blood pressure is way over. And when he went there, we realized that he had to take some pills to reduce, and then there was a wake-up call. So imagine if this guy had a heart attack in my office, I would be living the same experience one more time, which I wanted to avoid. So these are the type of things that we are working with to solve problems. Now, will I call it AI or not? I don't know, but at the end of the day, it is solving a social issue. Yeah. So for us, solving social issue is equal to living sustainably. Solving social issue through technology, AI or not, doesn't matter. We are solving the problem, that's more important, rather than calling it whatever name. So hopefully those two examples help.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Shireen, I'd like to ask a similar question to you. You mentioned, I guess, various generations that you work with or that you have to think about as you're building solutions for society at large. Can you elaborate on how TVS Motor collaborates with these various groups of stakeholders in order to do that?
So, we look both internally and externally,
As well,
like
yeah.
that's the way the companies exist. So, when we start, let's look at the customers. For us, the customers are very big important because we sell the product for them. And that's the obsession. So, when we enter, every person who enters into the gates of TVS Motors, they are known that customer is the obsession and everything. So how do you take the pulse of the customers? So in last year, we said that, okay, we are going to go very strong on our website. Now we tried to make our website interactive. Now that became a medium to get what the customers are going to look at, what are their pulse. So we started tracking that. And that led to the formation, and that's where we started looking into what is the customer asking, which segment of the customer is asking, and is it the gender also? We looked at what are the females are asking, female drivers in India or abroad, or the male young. So we started mapping that, and that actually led back to the drawing board of the design team to understand what is the expectations. And this would have not been possible if you're just doing a survey and going shop to shop and mapping. That's you do. And I think Google or Microsoft and all have brought in that technology, when they do that predictive, that if you visit a particular website, it keeps on popping again and again, and that's how we started analyzing the requirements. But also when we went back to the drawing board, even the team there works with a lot of data scientists. So in TVS, we have a huge team which is just dedicated on digitalization and AI technology. Now, this is an investment which company made because they realized that if we don't invest in people and technology, we'll not be able to survive in the coming market. So here, all the use cases are, then taken into consideration. So we have a culture of promoting such kind of experimentation within the company. Now, there are a lot of cases which is there inside the company. We don't take it out. But this is where all the designs are made. This is where the future of the weight transportation industry. And we try to do that. Then it goes back into the drawing board and then goes into the production line. Even in the production line, like you said, the person who is not there in the shop floor may not use AI, but it's a culture that we have brought in that if he's not able to perform, the next person who is in the line, and if you have seen an automotive industry, it's like going one, A, B, C, D. So if A does not perform, the B person is not able to. So there is a trigger which goes off. So the person knows, I have not done something well. Now that would have only been, it's from the machine learning. So people know that this is how the production line has to go. This is how, I have to behave. So that also actually helped us to streamline our production and improve the efficiency of the people. Now, whether it is AI or the world which we are talking about, it may not be an AI. It can be a machine learning or it can be a predictive analysis. But that's how we try to streamline our production process. And we try to integrate the digitalization part, which is the new version. So that's how we have been doing. And like what Virendra said, we are just in the process of implementing a new, using machine learning is to assess how the employees are behaving. So what is their posture? How is the lighting? Because we realize that if we don't capture that and feed into the design element of that shop floor, it decreases the productivity. So AI is being used, it's called agronomic, and we use that tool to understand how the behavior and the posture of the human being is, because it's a manual intensive. So that also helps us to increase the productivity and realize that with production and with, and he would appreciate how a person stands and, his physiological also changes. So that actually helps us to create a kind of a initiative within TVS, which we are trying to develop, is to understand how this can improve the science the medical issues can be solved, not just because he's having a heart problem of the hereditary factor, but because of the stress levels. Now, if the stress levels are very high, his productivity is going to go down, and then he's bound to make a mistake. So we are using digital sensors to capture that and analyze and predict that this is where he's going to go. So it's better you take precautions right now rather than waiting for 5 years or 1 month down the line. So there are various experiments and various phases of we are doing, but it's mostly being done in-house, of course in collaboration with external stakeholders who bring in that expertise or that particular technology. And mostly these are startups, because we realize there's a need to push the startups. And again, the startups are very, I would say, sorry, pardon my word, they're very flexible. They can adapt to your requirement very fast than compared to the Microsofts. I'm so sorry if somebody is there from Microsoft or Apple. But startups can change, they can evolve, and they understand your problem first easily. So yeah, it was both in that way. So this is how we are working with both the external and the internal stakeholders.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I'd like to check in with the audience now, firstly to make sure everyone's awake, and also to see if anyone has any burning questions. Please raise your hand. I think we've got a couple of roving mics. If you can state your name, your organization, and who your question is for. Give it a few seconds. We've had some very rich examples coming from our 3 panel members. No? Thank you. One in the front. I'll just get a mic over to you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Ashok. I'm the CEO of ABMS Consulting. We are into anti-corruption. So I just want to understand from all the panelists here how AI can help to mitigate corruption. Because SDGs, if you look at it, one of the most common things across all SDGs is corruption. And UN is asking every company in this world to tackle corruption. So what is your view on how AI can help in mitigating corruption? You can't eliminate corruption for sure. At least AI can do what it can do is to minimize corruption. So how is that being used across all your companies, and what are those that you want to share to the wider audience group?
Thank you, Ashok. And just to repeat that for everyone in the audience, it's about mitigating corruption and how AI is being used, can be used, may have been used in examples in your company. I see Mr. Burns got the mic, so he's clearly got something to say about this.
I'm just thinking, AI and anti-corruption, what's the link? It's a difficult question to answer, right? Because when we talk about anti-corruption, usually when the money changes hands, that's where anti-corruption is all about, right? There is no trace left behind, logically. So how is really AI going to solve it? It's a big, big question. But let me step back a little bit and share where technology can help, and potentially maybe AI can help. When we look at certain, well, you already know in big news, lots of companies, specifically automotive companies, that have manipulated the data behind the scene, right? And they were caught at some point in time. Will you call it anti-corruption? Probably not anti-corruption, but manipulating the data. That's where I would say. So in certain cases, when you look at, and I'm going to use big words here, blockchain technologies or things like that, potentially that can trace back and help to identify that linkage. Now, there's one area that I do feel where AI could potentially help Omron in the future is, especially when we look at all our financial data from all over the place. When we put it together into a, let's say, a sandbox or something, and start looking at numbers and information that potentially our traditional, should I say, financial experts are not able to capture. But potentially that AI could give us new insights which we did not know. And this is a huge ton of data that comes from all over the world. We are operating in 120 countries. So technically, not just 4 companies multiplied by 120. So let's say 400 entities, so 400 P&Ls. And not everybody has that capacity to look at that P&L, to really look at where's that issue coming from. So putting that in a sandbox, using AI might give us some new insights, I would say. But there are other technologies that can help us. Now, one other area that I can potentially see is, just like any other good companies, we do have whistleblower systems. If we analyze, again, these 400 entities globally, what kind of whistleblowing is coming out? And can AI help us to trace where is that area? Then we can actually focus on those. Because whistleblowers are kind of early start indicators of there might be some corruption issues that might be there. Now let me step back a little bit and talk about Omron, because it doesn't give a full picture. If you look at Omron values, and I just spoke about one of them earlier. So our mission is to improve lives and contribute to a better society. One of our values is innovation driven by social needs. And that innovation can be internal or external. Number 2, we challenge ourselves. And number 3 is called respect for all. And inside respect for all, we have zero tolerance policy. So act with integrity. And very recently, this FY 22-23, we had a very tough time as a company. And well, if you look at the news, we reduced our workforce by 2,000 people. Very, very difficult time. But our CEO came out and said very clearly that please make sure all the data that you send out related to sales or anything has 100% integrity. Because we will not tolerate anything that is less than 100% integrity. And it's a zero tolerance policy on our side. So yes, we did take a hit, but our reports and all the data, even though our sales was not very good, we openly declared it. Yes, it is not good. Yes, we are going to reduce the workforce, but integrity is something that we will never compromise. So when I look at Omron, probably some of these AI technologies can future help us in those spaces. Just a thought process for us to consider. But we are not there yet on this.
Thank you, Mr. Vern. Any other additions from Dr. Sumi or Ms. Shirin?
Yeah, I think, completely agree. It is a very difficult question, but I think the way I would think about AI is wherever we can get a lot of data, large amounts of data, so whether it's finance data, behavioral data, any kind of data, this is potentially where AI can help us to understand patterns and therefore then alert you on anomalies and hopefully take some, not even corrective, but before it happens, right, as you understand those patterns. So I'm sure there is a use case waiting to be discovered. We don't have it yet in TM, but it certainly sounds like it's like something that could be done.
Thank you.
I think data is where AI is going to be really, really helpful, because we can talk about sustainability, but it has to be backed by data. And the journey of the data is where I think AI will play a major role in the coming days. It's a journey we have just started. We are not yet in a very mature state. I could say for me that we are not yet in that stage that, we can say, oh, AI has been integrated in all our business elements. But as the journey starts, it will start impacting and getting integrated. Also, one part is how one of the keynote speakers said, how ready are we with the AI-driven culture? If we are not ready, then AI can still be something which certain segment of the people can feel threatened by. So I think it's an amalgamation which we will have to do in coming days of AI and people and technology to come together to actually reap the benefit of what AI can do in sustainability and to create a resilient business model. That's my view.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I can just add a little bit, because it just came to mind as we were speaking about the possibilities, right? And just to draw an analogy, perhaps, not directly anti-corruption, But if you take the business that we are in, which is connectivity, network integrity and quality is paramount to us. It's our top material matter that we address in sustainability. There we have used AI extensively, right? And we've used it in the same way that we were talking about earlier, in the sense that we've looked at data where faults happen, where disruptions happen, and we've had that data for many, many years, right? Decades. And so we've then applied AI to help us to identify what are common issues, what are common fixes, and to even write algorithms to make those fixes. So today, the AI actually, we call it a self-healing network. So our network heals itself unless it's a major issue that has never happened before. But if it's a recurring problem, AI actually has that ability to go in, diagnose, identify, create a ticket even, fix the problem, and then it's on its way. Even prioritize. If there are many issues, you prioritize which is the one that's most impactful to your service quality, and then it fixes it, right? And so this has contributed to us being able to maintain 99.8 to 100% network reliability because of this, right? It's a big thing, but it also helps us with our energy consumption because it means less trips to the network. So I imagine you can do the same with any kind of integrity-related area. As long as you have lots of data and recurring issues, small fixes can be potentially done even automatically or alerted automatically. And the size of the issue, can also then be prompted to make sure those corrective actions are taken early.
Thank you. Super interesting, and thank you for the question, Mr. Ashok. I see we have another question, I think, at the front here. Please state your name, your organization, your question, and who you'd like to direct it to.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Mevan. I'm representing an organization called Hatch in Sri Lanka. So this might be for all three of you. Very heartening to see that some of you all mentioned the use of startups and collaborating for new technology. So what I want to understand is, one, do you all have a continuous program where this is kind of fed into your organizations? But also just kind of getting you all to think a little ambitiously. What would be the one big wish? I know, Virendra, you mentioned, double the production, same energy, that kind of stuff. Even without thinking whether AI or technology can do it or not, what would be those very, very ambitious, maybe just one of the most ambitious things you wish that AI or technology or maybe a startup or maybe a newer business could solve for your business? Have you identified that? Or even sometimes you've identified and already solved it or on a journey. So maybe you can just articulate that one ambitious wish list that you might have.
Yeah, so I represent a transport sector, and for me, the biggest wish list is to map the emissions from the product which I put out on the road. So we have to take care of a vehicle which is there on the road for next 15 to 20 years. So that's a huge for the transport sector. That's 98% of its scope 3 emission, and that data does not come very easily. So that's where we are looking, and that's a wish list that we want to have is what is the technology which will help me to measure the actual distance for the next 15 years when the vehicle is there. And that's only when I can talk about net zero. I'm talking for all the OEM transportation sector. How will that tackle the net zero challenge for the OEMs? So it's open, it's a fair field ground where we are looking for people to come up with solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is perhaps just my perspective,
Yes.
may not be my
Yes.
organization's perspective. But I think for me, it would be how do we actually adopt AI fully without having to compromise on emissions, right? Because we know that, I think the statistics estimate is for every Gen AI query you make, you use 10 times the energy compared to a Google search. And with AI, being as pervasive as what we see now, There are already estimates that the energy consumption of data centers is going to more than double, right, in the next few years, as short as 3 years. So the question then is, how do we derive the value and benefits of AI without actually generating those kinds of emissions, right, or energy consumption? Yeah. So hopefully somebody can solve that.
Thank you. Mr. Viren. It's got too many.
It's quite a lot of things happening in Omron. So let me just set a context so that you understand. Actually, Omron and most of the Japanese companies will have a 10 years period of looking at what the company should do in 10 years' time. Whereas in some organizations, the CEO live from quarter to quarter, right? In our case, we look at a 10-year time frame. So our 10-year time frame, which ended in 2020, we call it as Value Generation 2020. How can we generate more value for the society? This time we call it SF 2030, not science fiction, but shaping the future 2030. So how can we shape the future? And to some extent, I alluded earlier in my sharing that there are 3 big issues that we are trying to solve. So let me give you a wish list of 3 different things. Number 1, we look at carbon neutrality. So as a company, we are committed to go there by 2050, but more importantly, how can we help customers and society to achieve that carbon neutrality? And through all our businesses. We will get there or not, we don't know yet. When I looked at SDGs, we said 2012, they were launched, and we are here in 2024, but only 17% targets achieved. Can we really achieve by 2030? It's a no-brainer, right? But as a company, we are going to target that. We are going to move towards it. We will achieve it or not, we don't know, but we are going to do all our things. All our businesses are moving towards that. Number 2, digitization, as I mentioned. The world is going to become digital. We need to look at how do we reduce energy consumption during digitization of the processes. So what can our technology, invention can achieve that? But more relevant is the aging factor or health. So I'll just elaborate that a little bit. We have boldly declared within our company, we are going to go for 0 events. 0 events means we don't want any heart attacks to anybody in the world. That's where we are heading towards. Now, it's a very bold goal. Can we really stop all the heart attacks across the globe? Almost impossible to sounds like, right? But that's what we declared internally within our company. How can we have 0 events across the globe? So let us work towards that, given a very bold mission to our team. So what we are trying to do is work with startups in health tech side. So, and you can imagine now, during COVID, some of the good things that happened, of course, other than the bad part, was people are open to have telemedicine. But now, when a doctor is sitting across on a screen, he doesn't know your heartbeat. He doesn't know your ECG. He doesn't know the history of it. So what we are trying to invest and work with startups, and we are also investing in our own, is that if you buy our blood pressure monitor, sorry, not a commercial break, okay, but a real one. So if you buy our blood pressure monitor, which is connected, there is a history of your blood pressure over a period of time. We are also having a device where you can measure ECG at home. And then there is a history over a period of time. So when you go for a telemedicine, the doctor looks at all your history before. And there is also a telemedicine where you just measure it and leave it to the doctor. The doctor will give you a call if there is a problem. So that way we can be proactive in avoiding that issue from happening. Now, I step back again. Do I want to connect it back to sustainability or not? I don't care. At the end of the day, we are trying to solve social problems. So whatever are the lifestyle diseases and things like that. So if you look at Omron, if I were to talk about only one wish, we want to go for 0 events globally, if possible. But we are going to work towards that only when you buy our blood pressure monitor, okay?
Thank you for the question and the plug.
Sorry, the good news is that there are startups who are working in all 3 of those areas, so that will be great. Not just within, connected to us or whatever, but I think I would really encourage you, especially the TVS example, that definitely folks who are already working on lifetime kind of emission in automotives. But yeah, great.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Can I just scan for any burning questions, because we will have to wrap this up fairly soon. Let's go from right to left. Okay. No more. I think we can start to wrap up. And in order to do that, I'd like to ask each panelist to share very briefly, because we only have a few minutes left, what's your expectation for AI's role in sustainable development in the future for this region? So we'll start with Mr. Viren, we'll work down.
I mentioned to you guys earlier about the Cynic theory, right? Technology will evolve. AI will probably become even more powerful going forward. If you don't adopt to it, we are going to be in trouble, right? So my wish from sustainability point of view is how do we look at this AI and link it back to actually solving social issues? When you're solving issues that are prevalent in the society, be it waste management, be it carbon, be it whatever, you can always go back and link it to the SDGs, the 17 SDGs that we have. So my wish is that we need to adopt to technology, you like it or not. Be it ChatGPT, Gemini, which is very much open right now, but within your organization, with whatever resources you have, whatever amount of time, effort, energy, or money that we have, try to adapt to that technology and experiment with it and see where it goes. Because only after experimentation we would know. You will fail, but which is okay. But experiment is my request.
Thank you. Dr. Sumi?
So I think on expectation, right? My expectation is that AI will definitely have a big role, right, in sustainable development, especially in driving social equity and social well-being. But I think it's a double-edged sword if you talk about the regional development. And it's this double-edged sword of the haves and the have-nots. For those of us who are blessed enough to have the resources within our organizations, yes, we're going to be furiously adopting technology and deriving all these use cases. But I think it's important for us not to forget the have-nots, the people who may not have access. And I think that's where the collaboration is going to be critical. How do we work together, public, private, civil society organizations, to close that gap, to make sure that we don't leave people behind as we are on this gravy trail, that they are also on it and looking at how can we narrow that divide as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shirin?
So for me, this is the new era. We have to be ready. You just can't brush it under the carpet. But I would wish that, it requires collaboration with multiple stakeholders. So a lot of patience is needed. You should be ready to experiment and also accept the failure. It's not going to be always a success, guys. So failure is something which I would say big in my wish list, that accept the failure and just walk the path with the stakeholders, because you need, unless you have the failure, you face the failure, you will not be able to take the next step. So it's something which I say would be that AI will help me to understand where am I going to fail. And then I would be future ready with a success story. So that's where I see the sustainable development and AI merging together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've come to the end of our session. I'd like to express my thanks. I've had a very interesting conversation. So to Mr. Viren, Dr. Sumi, Ms. Shirin, for sharing with us a peek into their journey of AI and sustainability, where they meet, where perhaps they don't meet yet. We hope this does inspire people in the audience to continue building their sustainability initiatives and to incorporate AI, experiment, try things out, not be afraid to fail. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite our panelists to come to the front of the stage for a quick photo? Just to recap that the session was entitled Innovating and Impact, AI and Sustainability in the Asia and Oceania region. Let's give them a round of applause as they return to their seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's an old saying, money can't buy happiness, but coffee can buy happiness. That being said, we shall take a short coffee break, which we're providing for free. Not to worry. Please be back here by 3:25 p.m. for our closing plenary session. Thank you very much and see you shortly. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as we will begin with our closing plenary session of the Forward Faster Now conference very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting with our closing plenary very soon. For those of you that have just walked in, kindly take your seats and please help us fill in the seats at the front. We thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing plenary of the Forward Faster Now conference. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank each and every one of you for being here today. That being said, we will dive right into our closing plenary. We are esteemed and honored to have such an interesting lineup of speakers, starting with Mr. Kanoko Fukuda, who is the Managing Executive Officer of Sumitomo Chemical Corporation Limited. A round of applause, please. Mr. Charles Brewer, Group Chief Executive Officer of Post Malaysia Berhad. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Mr. Frank Wang, Executive Vice President, Tingyi Cayman Islands Holding Corporations. A round of applause, please. And our moderator for this session is none other than Mr. Faros Nada, UN Global Compact Network Malaysia and Brunei Executive Director. Mr. Faros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nigel. Wow, I'm really excited for this panel. I think there's no more fitting way to have three global business leaders to share their thoughts and insights as a closing plenary. Joined all the way from Tokyo, from Shanghai, and of course Charles is based locally, right? So I'm very glad I got the moderator role because my role is just to ask the questions, right? It is them who's at the show today. But I think the past 2 days there have been a lot of discussions on Forward Faster, on sustainability in general. But the fact remains, there's about 1,500 committers right now globally, but there's about over 20,000 participants of the UN Global Compact, right? It's not even 10% committers yet. So we need to accelerate, we need to try get more companies. Yesterday we had a good discussion and the term use was raised to the top, right? So these are the kind of insights that we hope to glean today on the panel as business leaders, as sustainability champions, on how we can accelerate this agenda further and faster on this. So without further ado, I'm going to pose the first questions. And my format is very simple. It's open questions to all the panelists, and they are invited to share their interventions as they would like. I know I will do my best to make it a friendly conversation on this part. So unfortunately, there is no, questions from the floor. But if you have something burning and you have time, we may be able to slot one or two inside on this part. So, kicking off, right? I say the scene-setting question, right, to all the panelists. No. So all of you are experienced leaders, sustainability champions within your organization, right? So if I could ask, what motivated you to sign up to the specific targets of the Forward Faster initiatives? Anybody would like to go first? How about ladies first? Oh, so that's right. Okay.
First of all, thank you very much for UN Global Compact to give me such a wonderful opportunity to join all of you and also so diverse panelists. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to join the 2 days, very exciting day, and this is a real final session. To start, to answer you, I would like to tell who am I. I'm responsible for sustainability promotion in Sumitomo Chemical, a Japanese chemical companies. Who is Sumitomo Chemical? To explain this, I prefer to say our core mission is serving social issues by innovation instead of telling what is our business. Sumitomo Chemical was founded in 1913, and its first business, fertilizer, was born to serve environmental problems. Since then, serving social issues by innovation has been our core mission, and this is not only the history, but for now and for the future, this will be never change. And our business will be changed because social issue will be changed and social requirement will be changed. In 2021, we committed to achieve net zero by 2050 and go beyond our own operation. Our focus is on developing products and development technology that help mitigate and adapt to climate change. The urgency of climate change is clear, but we know real change requires everyone on board. That's why we actively support the Forward First initiative, Climate Action Target 2. The employee engagement is a key driver of our sustainability efforts. That's why we have been working to engage 30,000 employees since just after SDGs launched in 2015. Through dedicated communication channels and awareness campaign, we foster a shared sense of urgency and empower them to take actions. If all 30,000 people take actions, it will become a big power. After a decade of campaign, gradually it becomes a new culture. If all of us here today, if all of us in our planet take an action, even a small for each, but to the same direction, we can change our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Fukuda-san. Thank you very much for the interventions. Frank, would you like to?
This is Frank Wang from Mesakong. Mesakong is one of the biggest food and beverage company in China. As you may know, China has huge population with 1.4 billion people. Broad market with 5% GDP growth in the half of this year. Business is still booming there, but we feel we are some room to improve, especially in sustainability area. Nowadays, Chinese government and consumer pay more and more attention to the environmental protection. As for Mesakong, we should follow the government rule and the protocol and compliance from our international partners, such as Disney, such as Starbucks and PepsiCo. As well as we would like to upgrade the capability of our domestic supply chain partners. Last year, Mesakong was honored to receive the title Forward Faster Early Mover. The top management team and all our employees was very exciting about this good news. We also encouraged by Chinese government and partners. The impact of this honor was way beyond of our expectation. So I believe FFI provides an integrated platform, allow us to achieve our ESG goal easier. And then the importance of the sustainability will be our core strategy and will be our core competency in the future.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks,
you for
Frank.
the dimension.
Okay, shall I go? So, good afternoon. I just want to kick off with a bit of an apology, two apologies, actually. First of all, I missed the whole panel, most of the last panel, but I caught the tail end of it, and it sounded really interesting, so I'm a bit upset I missed it. But I said to Faraz earlier that I had to have my second apology is to those that organised today's event. Apologise for being a bit grumpy when I arrived. I had a slight altercation with my minister this morning, so which is never much fun. I hasten to add, so I was in a bit of a grumpy mood. So my apologies to anybody I may have upset. It's not my usual style. So my name's Charles. I'm English by birth. Woohoo! And I'm an Arsenal fan. Anybody who's an Arsenal fan? Well done. Very smart people. Arsenal as well? Very good. Fantastic. And I've been back in Malaysia this time around 3 years. My wife is Malaysian, so I'm sort of 50% Malaysian. It's my third time living here. And I've been in sort of post-parcel logistics all my life. And so too late to change is the answer. And as the last panel was talking, I just caught the tail end. They were talking about the impact of supply chain or logistics on climate. And climate is a bit of a theme, and I'll continue it in some respects. So I run Post Malaysia very proudly, run Post Malaysia. Anybody use J&T? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it immediately, yeah? Use Post La Joux, for goodness sake. And you should use us because we deliver clean and green. That's a reason you should use us. But anyway, so I run for my sins very proudly Post Malaysia, have done since August 2021 when I came back. And to the question and to the point, so when I came back into Malaysia, it was clearly with the mandate to transform what is one of Southeast Asia's, not just Malaysia, one of Southeast Asia's oldest companies. We've been around for more than 200 years. And anybody who's involved in postal or logistics will know postal operators have very old vehicles chucking out loads of CO2, not particularly pleasant for the planet. But to the point, that transformation and sort of holistically looking, okay, what do we want Post Malaysia to become? Who is Post Malaysia going to be in 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years? For the next 200 years, clearly we can't be, what got us here won't get us there. So we have a strategy house, and many of the parts of the strategy were warmly received when I presented them to the board. Some parts got some eyebrows raised, and in particular our sustainability or commitment to ESG and other parts, I think, some of our board members' eyebrows raise up. Why? Because we make a huge loss as an organisation. We're fiscally challenged. And most people associate transformation and sustainability or sustainable transformation as costing more. So there was more than one person in the room, including my CFO, who sort of eyebrows raised and gave me a bit of a funny look. But it sits at the heart of who we want to be. If you want to be successful as an organizer, so three pieces to answer the question. 3 pieces. One, it's good for me. I'm passionate about who we want to be. I'm passionate about doing something different than we've done to date. My children are 15 and 17. Anybody have a 17-year-old daughter, a teenage daughter? Oh, it's painful. Oh my goodness me, what happened? But anyway, so my son and my daughter, they look at me, and they will look at me in years to come. Even today they do. They will look at us, and anybody who's got children in here, we were just talking about a 4-year-old son. They will look at us and say, what did you do? What did you do? Yeah, and I think we have a responsibility to be able to answer that in hopefully a positive way. And so first and foremost, it's clearly it's a subject that's very close to my heart, and I believe it's the right thing for organizations, whether you're small, medium, or large, to do. Second thing is I think it's really important for our employees. More and more, and Malaysia, again, I've worked in before this, I was running Canada Post, where sustainability is much higher up the priority list, I would suggest, than perhaps it is in Malaysia. But so I think Malaysia is not at the top it's not the top number one thing that people think about when they come to work, but it is becoming increasingly important. I get asked that question more and more now when I'm out and about, so it's important for our employees. it's important for our customers. Somebody was talking earlier on about, I think Frank just mentioned it, about having a green supply chain, a green domestic footprint. Just yesterday, and it's a slow burn in some respects in Malaysia, but I think it's different in other markets. But just yesterday, I was with a very large prospect, not a customer, a very large prospect, who at the end of the 1.5 hours that we spent together, who's going to ship a lot of product with us. I asked them, what problem is it you're trying to solve? I probably should have asked them nearer the front of the conversation, but I said, what problem is it you're really trying to solve? And he went on to tell me 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things that he was trying to solve. But he said, at the heart of it, I have a responsibility for scope 3 emissions. And using Post Malaysia, who is well on its journey, I'm sure we'll talk about, well on its journey on sustainability, allows them to do that. So it's good for our customers. And the last point I want to make is that it's, and this one gets missed quite often, it's not only obviously good for the planet, but if you do it the right way, it's really good for your P&L. It's incredibly good for your P&L. And I don't mean just driving revenue, I mean costs. So, you know, as Jarrod, who's head of sustainability for me sitting in this room, will tell you, we now have 16 buildings, 17 buildings with solar panels with a view to having 600 over the next few years. Every time we put solar panels on a building, we're saving energy and saving cost. Yeah. Every time I put an electric vehicle on the road, we now have, I'm trying to remember the number, 200 bikes, 200 four-wheels, with a view to having, by the end of this year, about 1,500 electric bikes on the road. Every one of those electric vehicles comes at a lower cost than an ICE vehicle, a traditional ICE vehicle. So I'm saving money with every single one of those vehicles that I'm putting, total cost of ownership, with every single vehicle that I put on the road. Every time Clarion does something positively around, whether it be helping other organizations or it helps to spread the word positively to our customers. Every time we've removed a lot of the color in our plastic. So when you order, who orders online? Who's an online? My wife's an Olympian. She's a gold medalist. You know, all that plastic that comes, those things come in blue, green, red, yellow, orange, brown. All of those just go in landfill. That's straight landfill plastic. Straight landfill plastic. So, you know, my head of marketing had a bit of a head spin when I mentioned it to her 9 months ago. Remove all the color from our packaging. Color is not needed. We don't need color on packaging. You know who Post Malaysia is. I don't need to put color on packaging. Yeah, so there's so many things we can do that really, really good for the planet, but also really, really good for our P&L. So to answer your question shortly, more succinctly, because I'm passionate about it, it's good for our people and our customers and our employees, and we can get a better P&L on the back of it too.
Thank you, Charles, for the intervention. Thank you for that. Yes. So let's move on to the second question, again, an open question. So what does setting ambitious target mean for your company and its core operations? What does it mean for you as a CEO, as a business leader? What does setting ambitious targets mean for you? Yeah. Sure, Frank, maybe you like go first.
Okay. First of all, please allow me to share some numbers. Using 2017 as a base year, Mastercom's average energy consumption decreased by 16% in 2023. Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emission decreased by 21%. Accessory projects create economic benefits over 100 million RMB per year. So based on this performance, we decided to set an aggressive goal and count out more action items. Since we already achieved the goal set up for 2025. For example, we work with 40 million farmers.
40 million?
40 million farmers by purchasing agricultural commodity with good quality and environmental friendly. The other case is we work with a partner called Vision Blue. We provide, okay, this is a bottle. We provide packaged water for fishermen the bottle is the water bottle was easy to recycle and label free. There is a symbol on the bottle, do not live in the sea, to discourage the marine littering. So those project operations were initiated by our partners and colleagues. We believe with our influence power, more and more companies will join the action.
Yeah, I mean, 40 million is a significant impact that you can do. All right, thank you. Fukuda-san, would you like to share as well?
For us, Sumitomo Chemical, a chemical company, setting ambitious targets means leading us to innovation and to growth. But we know real change requires everyone on board, and this is our consideration to keep in mind. So I would like to share one of the examples. The chemical industry is positioned upstream in the supply chain, and the importance of calculating and providing cradle-to-gate CFP to client company is increasing. And we have developed our carbon footprint calculation tool, CFP Tomo, by ourselves. At the beginning, it is for our internal use only. But we consider involvement of SMEs is a key, as they are majority in number. And their resources are limited. So we decided to offer CFP Tomo externally for free. As it was designed for our internal use, it is very user-friendly, even for a complex chemical plant. It is already being used more than 100 companies, and some of them gave us positive feedback that only CFP Tomo worked, even they could not work with other tools. We have been awarded by 3 domestic organizations for our significant contribution to the chemical industry. By the way, the name of CFP Tomo, Tomo coming from Sumitomo. And Tomo means in Japanese, friend. I like this name very much. It's so lovely name.
Yeah. Yes, it's a very lovely name. We all need friends in sustainability, yeah? On this. Charles. But Charles, it's just a small addition to the question for you. So earlier you mentioned that, you also had your CFO.
By the way, this is him adding a question I don't know he's going to ask me. So he was telling us earlier he was going to be friendly. This is
it is a friendly question. Yeah. And I think this is maybe an experience that resonates with many sustainability practitioners, because you mentioned CFOs, right? And your CFO raised his eyebrows on the sustainability agenda. Perhaps you could also share some of your experience, in navigating the CFO type questions for being more ambitious in sustainability as well.
Yeah, sure. You are giving me hard questions. Actually, I get asked a similar question many, many times. I'll try and cover it in an honest fashion. But just on the first one, so I think it depends on who your organization is and where your organization is in terms of its journey and what you're trying to achieve. But as I said earlier on, Post Malaysia is it's a great company. It's a fantastic company, and I'm very proud of it. And we do really, really amazing things every single day. But we are on a significant transformation journey. So if you're going to be in, you might as well be 100% in. You can't be sort of 20% in or 30% in or 50% in. The old English adage about you can't be half pregnant is a very good one. You need to be 100% in. So to your question about targets, I think, and Jarrod, he used to look a lot younger than that. And he looks quite young now, but he gets a bit stressed. And because I give him a bit of stress because I'm constantly pushing him and his team to go faster. because I don't think we have time. I don't think we have that much time, if I'm honest. I mean, partly it's because I don't think we have much time. Partly because, you know, I learned many, many moons ago that, you know, whatever the subject is, you can take 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. The result is pretty much the same. So you may as well do it in a minute. It's so I tend to move quite fast, and I know that causes a bit of stress. And I think we can, as an organization and as an operation, I think we can move quite fast. So I think to your question, we set ambitious targets because I think it can excite, as long as you manage that messaging correctly. It can excite the organization around achieving something that really is quite remarkable very quickly. And it also allows us to progress the agenda, I think, at a speed I think we need to progress it at. I don't think we have as much time as perhaps people think. And the last point, and just to that, to that point, is that, you know, when we first started our sustainability journey, and we made a commitment to be net zero by 2050 because everybody else is net zero by 2050. And I said to Gerald, let's do 2022 or something, or 2032. Let's to be different. So I wanted us to do it even quicker. He won't let me talk about it very often, but I think we can achieve things. I think humans can achieve remarkable things if we operate as a team and really set our minds on it. And there was a really good speaker who I've watched for years and years, and he talks about humans really don't have the capacity to run marathons. They have the capacity to run sprints, as in people can focus for 100 yards. They can't focus for 10 kilometers or 20. Some can, I can't. But so I think sprints for us works a little bit better than perhaps a marathon. So I think it's the right thing for us to do, and for the reasons I said. I also think, you know, like I said, when we first started our journey, I asked a very well-known consulting company, top 3 global consulting company, who helped develop our sustainability plan with us. One of the first meetings, I asked them, you know, who is the lighthouse example in Malaysia who I go and talk to? Who do I go and talk to learn what they've gone through, the good, the bad, the indifferent, what worked, what didn't work? And he smiled and just sort of shook his head. And I went, uh-oh. And he said, there really isn't one, which is really quite sad. You know, there really isn't one. So, and you and I have exchanged on this before. So aside from doing all the things we're doing and for the right reasons, and I think it's the right thing for us to do, you know, I think one of the big pluses for Malaysia is that we become that lighthouse example for others to learn from, because we don't get all the answers right, we get things wrong. And I think that's really important that companies have a place they can come and talk to and say, hey, how did you choose the EVs? How did you choose which solar panels? How did you avoid CapEx? How did you avoid whatever? You know, what worked, what didn't work? I think that's really, really important for companies and other organizations to have people they can reach out to, even in my sector, globally. So I think that's a massive plus. To your point around, you know, CFOs whose heads spin and board members whose heads spin, it was like sort of a scene from, I don't know, some horror movie. I think there's a couple of things. You know, most people, me included, are looking for evidence. Yeah, so you have to and like any transformation, any change curve, you have to demonstrate quick wins. Yeah. You have to demonstrate quick wins to your board, to your CFO, to others, so they buy into it. There's I'm just sharing very openly, and if you heard it, I apologize for being a bit repetitive, but in any change program, typically they say a third of the audience are going to be like, woohoo! A third of the audience are like, you know, where do I sign up? A third of the audience like, quite like the T-shirt, but let's see how it goes. And a third of the audience are, I don't believe in this at all. Yeah, and to give you an example of that, when we first rolled out the first electric vehicles, which I was really excited about. I mean, Gerald knows I was super excited, and it was on the Monday, and I couldn't go and see them because I was busy in meetings, so I could only go on the Tuesday. But on the Tuesday, very excitedly, I drove down to the facility where our postmen are, where they have these brand new, beautiful looking electric vehicles. They go really fast, by the way, so the people, I thought they're going to love them. You know, there'll be a statue of me outside the building, you know, and people throwing rose petals as I walk in, saying it's the most amazing thing that's ever been done in Post Malaysia. And sure enough, I got there. There were 12 postmen, and sure enough, 4 of them were like, woohoo! 4 of them were like, and 4 of them were like, And so never be surprised by the surprise that some people won't quite get it. Some people won't understand why you're doing what you're doing. And so, like I said, you have to explain a lot of explaining the why. A lot of explaining the why. My biggest lesson going through our journey is really repeating. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Yeah, not just for the planet, but for the P&L and so on and so forth. So really explain the why. You've got to do quite a lot of coaching to make sure people are on side. A lot of motivating. You've definitely got to show and demonstrate success, that it really can reduce the cost. So in the case of my CFO, showing him that a building with solar panels, when the energy cost started to come down, was enough for him to say, right, we need to do these everywhere. And when we bought the first vehicles that came in sort of, I don't know, I think they were about 300 ringgit per vehicle less than what we were paying. You know, you suddenly became a champion so you have to show those quick wins really fast. But I do want to end on, and again, I don't wish to turn it into a depressing conversation, but with any transformation, some people won't get it. Some people won't get it. And the answer is go and jump on another bus. Yeah, because if it's not the right bus for you, if this is not the right bus, then that's okay. There are other buses. So go and take another bus. Sometimes you have to. I haven't done that yet. And my CFO is the most cuddly CFO of all CFOs I've ever worked with. He's a happy, I don't know how he's so happy. CFOs are not happy. But he genuinely and generally is very happy. So he's not one I would want to, I want him to stay on the bus. He's a great guy.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Fukuda-san, if I can just turn to you for a while. I really like the Tomo, the friend that you mentioned. And I think, and you also mentioned that you're also working with your supply chain and SMEs. And I think SMEs need a lot of friends, and especially big companies like Sumitomo to support them, to also be part of your commitments like Forward Faster. What, in your opinion, how do you think larger corporates can also be this friend to SMEs and supply chain to also work together to meet sustainability commitments? Yes, like Sumitomo. How can they be friends to SMEs and your supply chain to also come on board?
Yes, thank you for the question. Maybe to hear the name of Sumitomo Chemical, most of you, if you know Sumitomo Chemical, feel it's a big company. But in global, we have a lot of small company in our group company. So there are also our group company with 30 people. And I'm now in headquarters in Tokyo, but until March of this year, I was in one of the group company in Europe, and with just 50 people.
Okay.
So 50 people. So it's very tough. The resource is very limited. So I really feel the difficulty of SMEs. So even in a group company, in a global Sumitomo Chemical Group, we have SMEs. And definitely in a value chain and supply chain, our supplier, they are key. So if we can't purchase the raw material, we can't produce. If we can't produce, if we can't sell. So they are most important business partner. So if consider this is a core in our business, so why we can forget about SMEs?
Nice. Thank you on that. Frank, Tingyi is definitely known for product innovation. I think you're investing a lot for new products as well. I would just like to seek your opinion. Do you think that by committing to Forward Faster, can it be a change management mechanism for the development and investment into creating more sustainable products for companies?
It's a good question. I think as Charles just mentioned and the data I described, it shows that ESG investment can be also economically sustainable. For example, we have created a product, just like you see. This is the world first one carbon neutral RTDT, and it's selling very good.
Right.
Okay. The other things is we create a product. It's a luggage. We work with a luggage company, exchange the material to PET, the PET plastics, and the volume increase 6 times.
Right.
Those are the economic benefits created from the ESG position. So I think with our influence power, not only Tingy Massacom ourselves, but also we can work with our partners to deliver the new product. So the dual goal of economics plus ESG can be achievable.
Right. So as you see, example on the table, world's first carbon neutral tea, right? Tea beverage, right? So Charles, I see you've already drank it.
It's very nice.
Very nice,
yeah. I like it. I wasn't sure what it was, but it's very nice.
Right. Okay. So let's. Time is fast approaching us. It's always moving so fast when you're having fun. Yeah. This. So next question, right? So maybe let's look into the future, right? So you've all committed today. So let's gaze into 5 years to the future. What would success look like for you in achieving the Forward Faster targets that you signed up to? Fukuda-san, maybe this way. Yes.
For us, chemical company, success in 5 years means being recognized as innovative solution provider. Our innovative solution can only contribute if they are actually used in society. To achieve this, we have set ambitious goals, reducing our GHG emission by 50% compared to 2013 level by 2030, and doubling our sales revenue from products and technologies that contribute to carbon neutrality by 2030 compared with 2021. As an example of our technologies, we have developed energy-saving and GHG-reducing manufacturing technology for clothing. We have achieved 94% GHG emission reduction per ton of clothing.
94%?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
I think
it's
that deserves a clap.
surprising.
94%.
Thank you, thank
That's
you.
a new number to beat.
Yes. So this is the power of chemistry and the power of technology. And in our license business, we have licensed this technology to several companies in multiple countries. Collectively, our licenses have contributed to reduce over 1 million tons of GHG emission annually, directly benefiting the countries and companies involved. What I want to emphasize here is that this license business does not only benefit society, but also our business sustainability by providing a stable revenue stream through licensing. Business can give higher impact through than we consider if we working together. We should not underestimate ourselves.
Thank you on this. Frank?
I think the case and data mentioned shows the ESG investment can be economically sustainable. So we constantly launch projects for energy conservation and carbon reduction. So I think we can, through the FFI's influence power, have more companies to realize that dual goal, ESG and economics can be achievable. So I hope we can have more friends actively join the FFI 5 years later.
More people to be part of it, yeah.
Yes, at least 50% of the big name companies in China.
Right.
So that would definitely accelerate the carbon reduction.
Yeah. Do you actually get approached by other companies in China on why you committed to FFI, and are you advocating that out?
We work with a lot of big name companies. They are very interested about FFI. Even we got a new one this week.
Right. Okay. So it's great to know that FFI committers can also be FFI ambassadors to the rest as well. Charles.
Did you say 5 years or 10? I missed.
5.
5. Okay.
10 is much too long.
yeah. So we have a roadmap, and so I think from a sustainability perspective, we have a very clear roadmap, and I won't go through the metrics right now, but I think at a more holistic level, I think within 5 years we should be a significantly transformed organisation, transformed in terms of the digitalization of our business, transformation in terms of the sustainability of our business. But coming back to today and Forward Faster, I think 2 or 3 key areas. One is we haven't talked much. Well, we haven't talked in this panel. I'm sure you have in others, but about diversity and gender diversity, I think, and gender equality. So. For those who are perhaps not so familiar with logistics companies, we're very often not very attractive for females. I'm not talking about me personally, because clearly I am, but joking. But so we're not necessarily seen as always being the most diverse industry sector. And in post-Malaysia, historically very male-dominated, very Malay-dominated. Again, nothing wrong with that, but I think. Again, personally, I think we want to be a much more diverse organisation. So, hence, we signed up to that particular one, and we've already moved the needle about 6 percentage points in the last couple of years in terms of females as a percentage of leaders. So, to answer your question, I would hope that in 5 years we're a significantly more diverse organisation. Significantly, because diversity brings all sorts of positives, none more so than sort of business growth. But so I think that would be one key one for me. I think the second one is, and again, the previous panel we're talking about AI and digitalization. I think when we talk about sustainability of our employees, we have 18,000 employees, 80 to 90% of those are B40. So clearly there's a requirement there in terms of making sure we provide a sustainable wage, a salary that is commensurate with what, livable wage. But also, I think it's, and we were talking about this just now over a coffee, that it's about, over the next 5 years, equipping them skill set wise to be able to face the 5 years after that and 5 years after that. I think the world is going to change. It has changed so much, but it's going to change so much over the next sort of 5 or 10 years. It worries me a little bit, if I'm honest, in terms of what jobs will be available for my children and my children's children. But, I think, coming back to the point, we need to think about and start putting into practice tangible changes that will equip 15,000, 18,000 people to do whatever they want to do in the world, and I think that's clearly a key requirement for us. I think, lastly, and as I mentioned earlier, we're on a really exciting sustainability transformation journey, which I love every single day, and I think that we've done some amazing things already. But in 5 years' time, I want to sit here, and Jared, you should be sitting here, or you should be sitting here, telling the audience about how you wrote the next chapter for post-Malaysia, how you single-handedly almost converted 9,000 vehicles two-wheel, or 6,000 two-wheel and 3,000 four-wheel, how you converted 600 buildings, how you got rid of more than 50% of our waste, and many other things besides, so that we really can demonstrate tangibly to our employees, to our customers, and to many others that you can do it, and we can make a significant difference if we do that. And I think it'll pay dividends, it'll pay dividends in the long run. So I really hope that in 5 years' time we can tell, already we have a great story, but we can tell an almost complete, maybe 5 years, not, Gerald's getting worried I might move the net zero target up to 5 years, in 5 years' time, but we should be significantly further along than we are now, and I'm very convinced we can. Yeah.
So don't worry, Jared. It won't take us 5 years to invite you on stage. We'll do it sooner. I just also would like maybe just touch on your personal experiences. Just like to get everybody's opinion here, because not often I get this opportunity to ask these questions to to esteemed business leaders like yourselves. You know, if let's say a junior employee or a mid-level or your sustainability team comes up to you and said, boss, you know, we need to commit to more forward faster, not just one, we have to do all 5, or, you know, we need to be more ambitious on our sustainability journey. What do you want to see as justifications or reasonings coming from them that would make you support such requests from sustainability or junior employees?
Well, the short version is I'd be highly delighted because that's what we want to do. We want to go faster, significantly faster. Again, you know, for those who I haven't met before, you know, keeping it very real. You know, when we wrote our journey, and not just with sustainability, but with other elements of SDG too, we said all along that we would look at it through the lens of 3 C's: capacity, capability, and cost. Yeah, capacity of the organisation, capacity being, and this is really, again, for those who haven't perhaps started, is a really, really key point. You know, your organisation can only digest so much. You know, and we have hundreds of things that we're working on in post-Malaysia to change and do differently, and so the organisation can only take so much. So we said, look, if the organisation is getting stretched too thin, then we can pull back or go faster. Yeah. Same with capability in the market. So when we first started our journey, there was only 1 or 2 EV bike providers. Now there are 20. You know, there were no four-wheel providers. So you've also can go fast or slow depending on what the capability of the country that you operate in allows you to go, or what's available and commercially available. And then the last one, which is very pertinent for us, is cost. You know, so we can go slow or fast. And back to your question a little bit about the CFO and the board. I said that we can accelerate or decelerate depending on how our numbers are looking and how our financials are looking. So no one's got a gun to my head saying you have to have electric fleet by 2030. That's my call. Yeah. So we can go as fast or slow. Now, clearly, as you've heard, I want to go faster, but we can pull back if we need to. So I think the answer to your question is, you know, I'd be highly delighted, and the team do it on a very regular basis, and I would encourage them to do it, demonstrating there's a payback on what we're trying to do. But equally, and again, just keeping it very honest, you can also slow down if you need to. In some weeks and months, we have slowed down because for different reasons across those 3 C's, they haven't quite married up, and then we go faster again later. So you can accelerate or decelerate depending on where you are.
Yes. Frank, what would you like to hear?
Well, I can agree more about Charles mentioned. I think we should balance the sustainability effort and the business. We should put it in the same level. Without the PML, company cannot sustain, so it's not able to do anything. I would say we will see the progress. But as Charles mentioned, we encourage our college employees and also the management team to do more about this.
Yes.
Sustainability journey is a tough journey. So I would like to say it is the most important things is they believe by themselves. So it is not something to force, but if not someone believe from the bottom of heart, it is difficult to overcome. So answer is not to get from someone else, but the answer is in my heart. So it is very important to think by myself, by yourself, by themselves. So I think this is a key.
Okay. So I would just like to wrap with one final question for all the panelists. Not so much a question, but just getting your advice, right? So there are also business leaders in the audience who perhaps may not yet have committed to the forward faster, right? Every number counts, right, on this. So as committers, in fact, we even have an early mover on the stage as well to the forward faster. What would be your advice to business leaders to raise their ambition and commit to global programs such as forward faster initiatives? So maybe Fukuda, Sandra, you go first. We'll go this way. Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Um, if you want to grow, if you want to grow your business, if you want to grow your companies, don't hesitate to setting ambitious goals. If you are afraid to achieve, if you're afraid I cannot achieve the ambitious goals, I would like to say, stop to think about failure. It's not time to think about I might fail. It's time to think about how to go forward and faster. So if work alone, it will take time longer, but we can work together. So if we working together, we can change our future. So why not challenge ambitious target?
Great. Great. Well, Frank?
Well, sustainability should not be the fear of a competition. Working together with the industry player and the government organization can achieve the win-win situation. UNGC and FFI are such a good platform, allow us to exchange idea, technology, practice together. And among those global stakeholders, not only we can learn each other, but also we can motivate each other during this long journey. So I will say, let's work together to keep our nature green.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And Charles?
Yeah, so I get asked this very often, and so I steal another marketing slogan. Just do it. You know, it's so important, and like I said, not staying on a soapbox. I genuinely believe this. You know, just 2 days ago, I think South Korea recorded the hottest temperatures this year, and it's the second time in 2 years they've recorded temperatures over 50 degrees or something. And you can look around the world, whether it be floods or, I mean, it's just imploding, and it saddens me, if I'm honest. And it saddens me even more when I hear governments, my government included, talking about slowing up their commitment to sustainability and environmental change. I think it's a disgrace. So my advice is do it, number one. Number two, I completely agree that you're not alone. For those who haven't started the journey, in whatever shape or form, there are plenty of people that have, and certainly from a post-Malaysia perspective, I'll be delighted for anybody to come in and spend some time with Gerald or with the team to understand what we've done well and what we haven't done well and what we've learned. We're happy to share with anybody, except for JNT. No, joking. With anybody, happy to share with anybody our learnings as we go forward. And the third one is, and I mentioned it earlier, for those who have started or are about to start, you know, remember the why. That's the biggest learning I can take over the last 2 years, is constantly go back to explaining to your organizations, why are we doing this? What's in it for them? What's in it for the business? What's in it for our customers? What's in it for our employees? Constantly explaining the why, I think, is really, really important, because people do forget very quickly why we're doing certain things the way we're doing it.
Thank you, Charles. So, you know, it's a bit sad for me that, you know, that we've actually come to the end of our Forward Faster now, after 2 fantastic days with everyone. But as they say, all good things come to the end, right? But before we officially end, I've been asked to, you know, share some statistics. So when you talk about the Forward Faster initiative, there's about 300 plus companies in the Asia and Oceania region that have committed. Behind Western Europe and North America, which puts us in bronze, unfortunately, right, on this. And picking back, you know, on points shared by the panelists, that, you know, there's an opportunity for Asia-Pacific businesses to be lighthouse, right? And I think the Forward Faster can be the light bulbs, right, that we put to generate the lights. And fact the matter remains, Asia-Pacific is the new engine of growth for the next century. That means that I think the Asia-Pacific, these business leaders can play this leading role, to create this momentum, right? And for us to also be a champion of sustainability and advocate for the rest of the world as well. So before we end, I also would like to invite everyone to please give a round of applause to our panelists for fantastic sharing. I also would like to invite everyone to also please give a round of applause to Ms. Neha Das and Ms. Simiao, right, who's been very, very instrumental in putting together this regional event. I also would like to invite everyone to please give a round of applause to the 15 global compact networks who have collaborated to have this inaugural event here in Kuala Lumpur. Also, a round of this applause for everyone for being part of this event. I really hope our international guests have enjoyed your stay here. I know some of you are actually extending to visit Langkawi and Penang, and I hope you did. But those of you from a short trip, I really hope you've enjoyed your time here in Kuala Lumpur. And if there's 2 experiences that you must do if you have a short time, first, go up the KL Tower. I've not gone up there for so many years. I brought some friends. It's actually very nice. And secondly, please try some durians. It's in season, right? Do the Musang King. There's just a very nice place at Kampung Baru, maybe 10 to 15 minutes walk away from here. Please don't leave Malaysia without trying the durians. Thank you, and Carissa, and let's forward faster now together. Thank you all very much. And team, and my team. Thank you. All right. Maybe we just have a quick picture in front. Yes.
Can I invite our panelists to come to the front for a quick photo?
Yes.
Let's give them yet another warm round of applause.
Okay.
As mentioned earlier, all good things must come to an end. We have now come to the end of the Forward Faster Now Asia and Oceania event. It has been an enlightening and inspiring day filled with insightful discussions and sharings. As we conclude the sharings, we would like to share the opportunity to express our appreciation to all our speakers and partners for supporting the conferences and not forgetting all the participants here today who have helped make this event a resounding success. Allow me to close the event on a lighter note. Living sustainability is like a marathon, not a sprint. Except in the race, the finish line is still far away and there's no free t-shirt. Feel free to visit our country network booths outside the hall. My name is Nigel. Signing off is our host for Forward Faster. Thank you, safe travels, and see you again, ladies and gentlemen.